All mentionings, please send emails. I'll deal with them in class. Good, Edo. We have received the report of the Indian Institute of Technology, Delhi. The director, Dr. and Professor Rangan Banerjee of the Department of Energy, Science and Engineering constituted a committee from the Department of Physics consisting of Professor Pradeep Ghosh, Professor Aditya Narayan Agnihotri, and Professor Sankalpa Ghosh, a very high-powered team-member committee. And after, they say a team of 3 experts examined the following question. When they have reproduced the question which we had reproduced in our order yesterday, they say that the expert team is of the opinion that option 4 is the correct answer. Namely, now I'll tell you which is option 4 because that may vary from question paper to question paper. Statement 1 is correct, but statement 2 is incorrect. And then they say statement 2 is incorrect because atoms of radioactive elements are not stable. So the committee has opined clearly that there was only one correct option, which was option number 4. So NTO was correct in its answer key that the correct answer was option 4, which is again to repeat that statement 1 is correct, but statement 2 is incorrect. So when we now hear the learned Solicitor General, you will.
I would, my lord, assist your lordships on that question.
That aspect
as well, my lords.
I thought in the morning we can.
Grateful to your lordship. We agree.
My lord, may I draw my lord's attention to item 20.
You will not argue anything out of turn like this. There's an order in the court. You can't just jump up because you are on the video conferencing scheme. You will be called out in your turn. So now, who is going to argue?
Petitioners, my lord, your lordships, yesterday indicated that petitioners are over, yes. And I'm not on any side, but NTA will have to begin.
Absolutely. So
I'm for petitioner as well as others who are not present.
Mr. Joshi, what were you mentioning?
Please, my lord, my item is 21.24, my lord, and my case is, I'll conclude my case in 1 minute, my lord. My case is that when the mark sheet scorecards, the model answer keys along with the OMR sheets were mailed to me on 1st of June. The OMR sheet, link to the OMR sheet did not open. I raised my grievance with the NTA concerned authority, saying that my OMR sheet link is not opening, but there was no response. Now, from the model answer key, when I compared with my memory, I was supposed to score around 657. On the day of the declaration of the examination, my lord, I score 590. Now my rank is 10 lakh, which startled me. So when I inquire and go to the NTA authorities in person and say that, look, I have scored 590 and my rank is 10 lakh plus. So they hand over me a new scorecard and a new OMR sheet, which now they reduce my marks to 57.
This is an individual grievance.
Individual, my lord, what I would suggest respectfully, subject to meeting with your lordship's approval, essentially your lordships are examining whether there is any leakage impacting the nationwide, or there is some incident of theft which has taken place, which is our case, which has impacted students who can be segregated.
Or as Mr. Buddha argued, that there are such systemic flaws in the process that the entire examination has to be reconducted.
Correct.
Give to sort of reformulate what he said yesterday.
Correct.
My lord, my limited plea, my lord.
Interrupt. Matters arguments, however, we are hearing the Solicitor General. So, in other words, what we have heard on is that what we have heard arguments on is that the entire sanctity of the examination has been affected. Therefore, have a retest.
Yes. And whether to discharge the burden of proof, my lord, to that extent, what are the material the petitioners were able to place before the court, as against, my lord, the material which we would be assisting.
Individual grievances,
my lord,
of somebody's OMR link not opening or somebody having been graded wrongly, that is not the subject matter of this.
My lord, may I have the permission?
1 second, don't interrupt. What we will have to do is, those candidates who have some individual grievances, we may leave it to them to move the High Court for resolution of those grievances.
Yes.
Grateful,
which will be covering by our judge.
Grateful, my lord.
Because I don't think the remit of this court is to start looking at individual grievances
Grateful.
of individuals. We'll,
Grateful, my lord.
so we
Great.
leave that, Mr. Joshi, we leave that open to any individual.
If my lord,
Grateful.
before the learned Solicitor General start, just one point in 1 minute. My lord, where there was a delay in distribution of papers and the same date they held the examination. The first, in the morning, it was 2 p.m. to 5:20. And the same paper they held again from 6 to 9. So the question paper they got 20 minutes late or half an hour late. They were holding that question paper for first 3 hours. And again, the same question paper they were holding for another 3 hours. So all the people who were given those 6 hours the same day to attempt the same question paper has again defeated the integrity of the examination.
All right.
Because somebody is getting 3 hours and 20 minutes once. These people got 3 hours and 20 minutes twice over the same day. Question paper remains the same.
That initially they gave the wrong paper, the Canbank paper.
No,
then they
no,
distributed
not saying
the
something.
SBI paper.
They gave paper
So
like
which
in a
center?
different medium.
If you can
like
specify
in
the
Savai
center.
Madhopur, they gave in a different medium. And they were holding question paper in a different medium. Somebody like in Rajasthan probably opted for Hindi. They were given English. Somebody opted English, were given Hindi. So there was a delay in changing it. So to compensate the delay, they held the examination over again the same day, giving other full time. So they were holding the question paper in their hand for 6 hours, more than 6 hours the same day. How they will be at par with the other people who got exactly 3 hours and 20 minutes?
Medium was distributed initially.
Correct.
Then they
In one
distributed-
center out of 4750 centers.
This in which center was this?
Savai
Savai
Madhopur,
Madhopur.
Rajasthan. And Ghaziabad.
also, sir.
There were
Two centers.
Two centers, as per their own.
No, Ghaziabad comes for the first. There are no pleadings. There is nothing on the record. I mean, somebody may
Is
have
the
told you. I'm not
NTA
disputing.
denying that Ghaziabad
every
was
time
not
raising
held again.
a suspicion
The argument
without
is,
any
Lord,
pleading or material may not end
Lord,
the matter.
The argument is wherever the
So,
question.
Mr. Huda, just let's have clarity of the facts. So what happened was that at the beginning of the examination, if the medium of the candidate was, say, Hindi, the candidates were given English.
Yes.
Then at some point of time, when was this detected? What happened?
Yes,
there?
Lord. In Savai Madhopur, they say they detected it through social media at 4:30.
No,
2.5 hours later.
2.5 hours. It is their affidavit on
All
record.
right. Just explain to us what happened.
2 o'clock, Lord, the question paper started. Questions were given to the students. Questions must be raising objection that this is not my medium.
Right.
No action was taken. NTA here in Delhi get to know of this incident at 4:30 the same day.
Right.
Then they take a decision that we will have another examination the same day from 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. And then these all 120 students in that center.
So at 4:30, the correct medium was given. They had, in any case, from a different medium, they had the paper right at 2 o'clock.
Correct. That's what
Then
I'm
at
saying.
So they got more time, in fact.
So, but at 4:30, then did they give them at 4:30 the
No,
correct
then
medium?
the second examination is from 6 to 9 or
So
9:20.
what you are saying that they held the same question paper, albeit in a different medium from 2 o'clock.
Correct. And what this happened at 2 stations, not one. Other one is a Ghaziabad.
No, we do not know. There is no
UP
pleading
and
of
Rajasthan.
Ghaziabad. Yesterday, my lord.
There is an NTA press release if they remains in a denial mode.
2 o'clock, these students must have started answering also, albeit in a different
That's right.
medium.
That's right.
They were given an OMR sheet, say, of 2
Everything.
o'clock
Correct.
with English, so they had opted for Hindi.
Correct.
Then at 4:30, this is discovered. So at 6 o'clock, they hold a examination in the correct medium
That's right.
with a separate set of OMR sheets.
Correct.
Now, how many students in Savai Madhopur?
120 as per their showing.
How have those students fared, by the way?
I will show, my lord.
And
That's,
not
that's the
Ghaziabad,
correct
is
answer.
they are in a denial mode. Let kindly put them to the answer, because their
All right.
press release
Let the
says
solicitor start. We will,
Ghaziabad,
we'll hear the
also.
solicitor. Yes,
And
thank you.
Savai Madhopur, bust another thing. They said we are monitoring it live here and we are securing that everything is fine. In Savai Madhopur, their systems are not working. They say from a social media, we got to know after 2.5 hours of examination that this is what has happened. So their argument that all centers are monitored through live CCTV camera is completely destroyed. There is no system. And these CCTV cameras, some were installed, some were not installed. They have
Where
only
it is
issued
not
checks.
installed, where it is. Well, let me start.
Hold on,
Let
Mr.
me
Huda,
start.
Mr. Huda,
Let
we
me
allowed you to make your point now, no re-argument. Now we'll hear the
Lord, what has happened is, my lord, let
Right
me,
now, Mr. Solicitor.
yes, let me sum up.
Start right from the beginning.
Yes,
Now you
yes,
can sum
let
up.
me sum up. My lord, I'm, my lord, not either against the petitioners, they are also, my lord, students, nor against those, my lord, who are not before the court. I am, my lord, on behalf of NTA. What I have understood from the petitioner's point of view is, they have been able to give instances of 3 or 4 or 7 centers and raise a kind of a apprehension or suspicion. Even if the suspicion is true, it would be true only for the purpose of, my lord, that particular center, and I'll come to it separately. Now, my lord, your lordships are examining an issue where approximately 24 lakh students are involved. Lord, the total number of centers are 4,750. When your lordships examine, my lord, whether there is a pan-India cross-country impact or not, my lord, this would be a relevant figure.
Just one. Mr. Huda, I know that you are very energetic, but you can please sit on the chair. Why do you have to stand? Tell your juniors also to sit on the chair.
Great.
It causes me less stress when everybody is comfortably seated in the chair. So the juniors have some chairs there. There are some chairs with the law clerks. They're all not here, so you can come and sit here. Please sit quietly and listen to it in peace. Yes.
Yes. But, my lord, nonetheless, we must satisfy your lordship's conscience from the figures and statistics. Not, my lord, somebody tells us something, some social media post, which we will show, my lord, how social media posts like Telegram, etc. My lord, from evidence, my lord, we will be able to show how they are tempered. But leave it at that, my lord, for the time being. We will have to satisfy your lordships that pan-India, cross-country, there is no impact, and the result has remained consistent. But at the outset, I may point out that top 100 students, look, this is the test of a fair examination being conducted. Top 100 students are spread over 95 centers. '56 cities and 18 states and or union territories.
Yes.
My lord, this is, according to me, my lord, the first prime test. That first 100, if I have the paper, if my group has the paper, it would be a bulk of people topping the exam. Because if I have the questions, I have the answers, obviously.
Now, just one thing we want to ask you. In this top 100, do we have any students coming from, say, Hazaribagh?
Yes, I'll show everything.
You'd like to see?
Yes, my lord. And I will also show what was the
Sikar, Hazaribagh.
yes. Look, what I have also, my lord, done, we have done an exercise as to what was the position of those centers in 2022, 2023, and 2024. Whether there is any marked jump or rise or not. My lord, that would be the only indication for deciding cross-country impact, if at all there is any impact. My lord, we have filed, my lord, submissions, my lord. Lord, it is mailed to your lordships, but for ready reference, I can. I have, my lord, the hard copies as well.
Look at it. Written submission will be- Yes.
Lord, I would start from, Lord, how the examination is conducted. There is a concept called percentile, and there was a confusion. That confusion remained, and unfortunately, young children are, my lord, unnecessarily tensed because of wrong narrative which is going on. The narrative was that for centers like Rajkot, more than 30 candidates were qualified. General impression was that if you are qualified, you are getting admission in the medicine, in the course of your choice. Lord, there has always been, and this year also, a system of coming to a figure called percentile. A percentile is a figure. After we get the result, it is fed into the computer system, and we request that we want 50% percentile. It can be 60, it can be 70, depending upon the nature, but in this exam, it has always been 50%. So it gave us the figure of 164. It merely means in common parlance that out of 24 lakh students, I'm taking a rough figure, it's 23 lakh something. Out of 24 lakh students, 12.5 lakhs would be below 164 and 12.5 lakhs would be above 164. Those who are above 164 are qualified and rest of them are not qualified. So all those 12.5 lakhs would not get admission.
The cutoff marks for the 50th percentile is 164 out of 72.
For the purpose of qualification, I'll tell you, Lordship, the reason why this is done.
Is always taken as a 50th percentile or what is it?
Percent, yes.
Year on year.
Year on year, Manoj. Last year it was 137, which indicates that this year number of students increased. Number two, maybe this batch of students of 24 lakhs was little more hardworking. And third, the syllabus was, Manoj, sliced down. But nothing turns on that, Manoj. Last time it was 1/3. So 12.5 lakhs are qualified. Seats are 1 lakh and 8,000 only. Why this was required to be done? Manoj, it was noticed years back that some, I'm sorry.
So 12.5 lakh students are 50th percentile and above.
Above, and therefore qualified. Roughly, 12.5 is, I have taken the figure of 24 lakhs, it is 23 lakhs something. 37, whatever. I'm just for the purpose of ease of argument. So why this was required? Years back it was found that some private medical colleges, your lordships are aware, there are some management seats, management quota seats. They used to be filled up by people who are not even qualified, who got 50 marks or 70 marks. Therefore, this system was introduced that we will come out with a figure of percentile and qualification. They are eligible. They are eligible to be admitted either in medical, either in government medical college or in private medical college. So now, even a private medical college in their management quota cannot take anyone who is less than 12,50,000 because they are not qualified. So Rajkot had 30 people who are qualified, meaning thereby they were above 12,50,000 figure. Not that they will get admission. Lord, we have done that analysis Please see page 13 of my note. Just to remove that narration, my learned friend has very fairly not argued this issue, but please see 13. First, I have given, your lordship sees right hand side, I have gone from top to bottom. That's why, states are also, coming not at the same time. Gujarat, Bhavnagar, total appeared 5,800, greater or equal to 164, 4,660. Therefore, success ratio, meaning thereby success for being declared qualified, not admission, is 80.34%. Next is Andhra Pradesh, Vijayawada, then Rajasthan, Sikar, then Gujarat, Rajkot, Andhra Pradesh, Tanuku, etc., etc., etc. It goes on, and I'm not taking your lordships through the entire country and entire the
So
city
you've
wise.
done this for every
City,
for every city.
every city.
Actually, you've done it for every city or state. How does it work? For every
City. This is done city wise.
Okay.
But center wise also, wherever they have.
Because no, it is
City wise or center wise?
Bhavnagar is the city.
But it is city wise arranged in descending order. This is only to remove an impression that those
How many cities totally?
571.
So this data is for all the 571.
571. Cities, 569. I stand corrected. 569. We have centers at some other countries also. For example, page 13, your lordships would find serial number 6, Dubai. Dubai has a center where we conduct the exam. Muscat, Singapore. So including the outs.
We also have Doha, Sharjah,
Yes, my lord.
Kuwait.
Yes, my lord. So consider adding them also, the total cities, I'll treat them as city, my lord, as a,
Right.
so it is a center. 569. The lowest is Chhattisgarh, Narayanpur with 8.6%.
Right.
This is the limited purpose, my lord, to show that more number of people getting qualified doesn't mean that they are getting admission.
They are just above the 50th percentile. That's
Yes, they have crossed 12 lakhs mark. That's all. But kindly now come to page 28.
This annexure A began at what page?
13, my lord. 1, 3, and it goes on till 27. Annexure B, my lord. It's not annexure A, annexure B. It goes on till 27. I'm not, my lord, reading, it's not necessary, my lord, but descending order, we have given, my lord, the number of students who qualified.
maybe come to
Uh, Lord, the moment your lordship goes further, the lordship would realize, my lord, that how that number also decreases, those who are likely to get admission. Lord, your lordships would find judger at page 14, my lords, serial number 69. It has 59% students qualifying. Yes. Lord, before I take your lordships to the next annexure, Lord, kindly allow me to place only one fact, Lord, which is an accepted fact in public domain. But there are certain centers like Kota, Sikar, Kottayam in south, Rajkot. There are several centers which are hubs of competitive examinations, coaching centers. My Lord, the word which generally, my Lord, the newspapers have used, factory, is possibly taken from a recent web series, Kota Factory.
They are HubSpots.
For coaching centers for entrance examinations or other examinations like UPSC. Kota is considered to be the best in UPSC, but UPSC, Neet, IIT, JEE, several competitive examinations.
Which are they? Kota, Sikar?
Kota, Sikar, Kottayam, Namakkal in Tamil Nadu, Rajkot in Gujarat, there are several coaching centers, several hostels, right from those who cannot afford, they would have their hostels. Those who can afford, they can have flats, they can hire flats. There are PG accommodations, but all essentially the entire economy is on students. They are given question papers every alternate day. Some dummy paper would be formed by the coaching classes and they would be asked to appear in that examination. They are trained how to attempt those questions where you are very confident, thereafter to examine the questions where you have to give a little time, how to avoid negative marking, etc. So when a child sits in the actual examination, it is his 201st examination, hypothetical.
So the students who would really be sitting at those centers would not necessarily be students who are domiciled in that.
No.
They will be coming from outside.
They are mostly outside. Mostly outsiders, because now this has become a competitive field. So parents send their children. Whether I am preparing for a civil service or I am preparing for Neet, I'll go stay there for a year. I'll have coaching. I'll have a PG accommodation, hostel accommodation, etc., etc. And this is going on since many years. But still, there is no alarming rise from last year's to this year. But just I wanted to say that example of seeker, quota, etc. may not assist your lordships to arrive at a correct conclusion because they are sui generis centers. What I would get, my lord, at say Jamnagar in Gujarat, some better, my lord, training is imparted in Kota or in Sikar or in Kottayam or in Namakkal, etc., etc. But that also, now, my lord, what we have done is that I have told your lordships which number of students are above 12,50,000 and which are below. Now we forget those who are below. Out of 12,50,000, that is above percentile and who are qualified, how many students were qualified were getting admission last year, last to last year, and this year? Whether there is any unexplainable spurge, there is any increase or any shocking my lord, development, my lord, that exercise we have done, which your lordships would find at page 28. Lord, your lordships would find the title is Table Showing City-Wise Success Rate. And if your lordships were to see, my lord, the subtitle, one is state, another is city. Number of candidates appeared in 2022. My lord, the fourth column. Your lordship gets that, my lord. Number of students appeared in 2022. Number of top 1,08,000 in that year. Then number of students appeared in 23. Similarly, number of top 10,800.
So when you say your solicitor success rate, that is above the 50th percentile.
Yes, no, it has to be. Look, these are all students who fall within
Qualify.
1 lakh. No, not they are qualified. They are in
They
12,50,000.
will be within the 1,08,000.
1,08,000. Exactly. I'm grateful to your lordship.
Percentage. Thousand consists of 56,000 government colleges
And 52,000 private colleges. I must tell your lordships one more thing. Just to, my lord, give your lordships the correct feel, what is the pan-India impact? I have not deducted the reserved seats. Reserved seats, my lord, would the success rate would be, my lord, almost half. While I'll tell your lordship, my lord, out of 100 seats, 50 seats are reserved. SC, ST, OBC, and economically backward class. These are done, my lord, at the state level also. And some states, or maybe all states, some states at least have domicile reservation also. So out of 100 seats, the general category students, depending upon, my lord, which category they belong to, their available seat might be only 45 out of 100. But without touching that, out of 1,80,000, 4030, if we count that, my lord, this 19.12 would go almost to 10% success rate, my lord, at an all India level. Lord, similarly, now see, my lord, first is Sikar, I have read, my lord, Andhra Pradesh, Tanuku. Total 972 students appeared in 2022. Your lordships may kindly correlate with the heading.
Yes.
Total 179 in top 1,80,000, 8,000. So entitled to get admission subject to reservation, etc. Similarly, in 2023, total 168 student and entitled within 1,88,000 is 213. This year, total students appeared is 1,007 and entitled are 171. So it is lower than the last year. Even in Sikar, 2022, the success rate was 24.02, which is now down to 19.22. Patna or Hazari. The rank. पटना का कहाँ पे है?
Factual
Please come to
clarification,
Malad.
just one factual clarification. Lord, there are 5 other courses which are admissions happen from the same entrance examination. So the total number of seats are about 3 lakh and the rank for admission goes up to 12 lakh from the same NEET examination. Here we are talking only of MBBS, but there are BAMS and dental and all other allied courses.
For them, the 50th percentile is not applied.
No, applicable.
No, that is
Everyone will have to-
applicable.
It is applicable for the other course.
But Lord, the rank goes up to the last course. The rank goes up to 12 lakh. So
No, it
it's
can't
not
go to
only,
up to
we are
12
not
lakh.
only talking
There are-
about.
That vary from year to year, I guess.
That's right.
Yes,
It's-
yes.
Last year it was about 12 lakh. Last year it was about 12 lakh.
But the 50th percentile is applied as a qualification for all courses.
Well,
It
yes,
depends
yes,
on
Malad.
the-
yes. All BDS, BAMS, whatever. But he argued on medicine, therefore I am giving medicine.
Just as a matter of interest, just show us where do we get Hazaribagh, Patna?
I wanted to show, Malad, kindly come to page 30.
Page 30.
Page 30. They are at 51502. Malad, that is the city code. Bihar, Patna, the 6th from below. Their success rate is 5.53 this year. But see, Malad, the earlier success rate, it has remained consistent, Malad. 2 or 3% plus or minus is everywhere. And obviously, Malad, it would depend upon the caliber of each batch, the examination, etc., Malad. Please see, Malad.
7.74 and 5.5.
Yes, the 22, it was 8.9, 23, it became 7.74, and this year it is 5.53. Now please come to 32, Hazaribagh, fourth from top.
Yes,
Page 32, fourth from top, my lord.
7.2, 6.06,
And this year 4.61 only. Belgavi.
Yes.
And my lord, I'll also show Belgavi, where my lord, one of the students who is my lord stated to have failed, shifted to Belgavi, page 39, my lords. My lord, the impression one gets is that she shifted all the way from Gujarat to Belgavi, because Belgavi there was a huge potential for some mass copying or something. Please come to 39. Karnataka, Belgavi, Belgaum. The success rate is 2.5%.
Where is it exactly? Ah, yeah, got it. Belgaum.
Well, seventh from the bottom.
Success rate is 3.22, 3.94, and 2.05.
Yes. So one would not go from Gujarat to Belgaum, maybe some personal reasons I have not examined, but their success rate is 2.05. Nobody would go at a center Lord, similarly, I forgot, my lord, to show that to your lordships, my lord, in the annexure B, my lord, that percentile, my lord, this Bihar and Hazaribagh, my lord, please come to page 17.
17.
17. No, this is, I am showing percentile, those who are above 12 lakhs. Lord, 191. Bihar is at, this is seriatim, so it's ranked at 191. Patna, their qualifying rate, my lord, success rate is 49.22.
Where do you get that?
Lord, 191, serial number 191, para 7, page 17.
Patna. Success rate is.
Bihar, Patna, so many students appeared, so many is cleared, so many became eligible, means more than 164.
They have 49.22.
49.22. Similarly, if your lordships were to, my lord, permit me to show, my lord, next page, Jharkhand, Hazaribagh, 216. It is 47.68.
49.22.
Yes, my lords. Page 17.
Bihar, page 17, right?
17 is Jharkhand, Hazaribagh. Sorry, 18.
Patna.
Page 17. Your lordships are right. Patna, Bihar is page 17. And your lordships would find the average.
7.6.
Next is, my lord, above that is Punjab, 49.23. Below that is Chhattisgarh, 49.11. Gujarat, 49.10. Jharkhand, 49.07. They are in that bracket. They are not in the highest bracket of 80 plus. Then next page, my lord. Serial number 216. Jharkhand, Hazaribagh. Their success rate in the sense of, Lord,
47.68.
yeah, 46.6, 47.68. That is, they are above 164.
Yes, yes, you got it.
Now, my lord, having shown this annexure B and C, Lord, please come to yes, last page, no, last. Lord, page 48. Lord, the cities which were mentioned before your lordships, my lord.
Page 48.
48, annexure E. Lord, what your lordships have seen up till now is city-wise. Now the cities which were placed for your lordship's consideration based on some assumption, presumption without any evidence or even convincing material on record. We have done that center-wise also. Sikar, my lords, yes. For example, this is Sikar. First is state. We can ignore that, my lord, because it is Rajasthan. City is Sikar. Fourth column is the center, Gurukul International School. Total 715 students appeared in this center. Rank within first 56,000 is 101 students. The success ratio is 14.13. And rank within 10 lakh 8,000, 80,000, sorry, 1 lakh 88,000 is 152. Their success rate is 21.26%. But this is again without considering the reservation. If we count the reservation, it would be perhaps, my lord, half, subject to, my lord, this 101 or 152 also may have some candidates who are entitled to the benefit of reservation. Similarly, next is, my lord, Polkaji Shikshan Sansthan. Success rate is 20.9.
Totally in Sikar, in the 56,000, how many students and how many percent?
My lord, percentage center-wise is on the last column. Yeah, total, your lordship, is page 28. Your lordships have seen page 28. The success rate is 19.22.
Right. Figure is 19.22.
22. But please see, my lord, the previous year, 19.19.
Total is 11.99 and 19.22.
Your lordships are at page?
So 11.99% in the first 56,000 government seats.
Yes.
And 19.22 in the 52,000 seats.
Yes. In 1,08,000.
Oh, that is in 1,08,000.
Yes, course. But your lordships asked me the total in Sikar city. That is at page 28, your lordships have seen.
Right, that I saw. I saw it later.
It is 19.22. Last year it was 19.19. Slight increase. And in 2022, it was 24.0. So it has decreased year by year.
Here, my lord, 1,216 students appeared from Seeker, and above 600, there were 4,000.
I'm giving everything, Mr. Hegde.
Right. Mr. Solicitor, this year, 27,216 students appeared, page 52.
52, that's exactly what
people in the 56,000 were 3,262, which is 11.99%.
Will be.
And in the total 1,08,000, 5,232.
32.
About 19%.
So about 19.22%.
When this plea has been raised, it's something.
Lord, if you page 48 onwards, Sikar, if your lordship sees the success ratio center-wise, it is between 18 to 22. Sometimes it dips, it never goes up. Please see, my lord, it is 21.26, 20.98, 22.31, etc., my lord. It dips at serial number 20. There it is 8.86%, but it has never seen
Then
any
page 50
unusual.
Page 53, we have quota.
Yes, my lords. Similar, my lords. Quota, my lord, after the results, there was an article, my lord, recently in one of the leading newspapers that after the results in quota, the land prices or property prices in Sikar have gone up. Not that students or parents buy property. People buy property for being rented or for using it as a PG, because quota is now not doing well as compared to Sikar. That's not that that's my argument, just as a, it was yesterday only this article came. Now, my lord, I'll just take example of first, quota, Lal Bahadur Shastri, 476 appeared, rank within first 56,028. And I'm not counting, my lord, the reserved categories. I'm counting everything to be open, just to show to your lordships that there is no marked spike which can lead to any conclusion. And it has remained constant, my lord, since last 3 years, with variation of plus minus 2 to 3%. And success ratio is 5.88%. And rank within 1,88,000 is 52, and success ratio is 10.92. And if your lordship sees the last column, success ratio in each of the centers, it remained almost consistent. My lords are on some page, my lord, I can. I'm sorry. Lord, similar is Kottayam at page 56. These are all high ranking, my lord, centers. Lord, I'm not Lord, wasting your lordship's time.
Yes,
But-
we've seen now. Now, what is the next thing that you want to show us?
Lord, Rajkot, if your lordships can
Let's
see.
see
my lord.
Rajkot. Rajkot is about 5.22% and 10.77%.
Yes, my lord, as a matter of fact, the first 56,000, it is, my lord, 3%, 1%, 4.21%.
24 totally.
Yes, my lord. So average is, my lord, 5.22 and 10.77%. Now, your lordships and my lord, kindly come to page 8 of this submission, my lords.
Page 8.
Yes, Lord, there was, Lord, opening of the window. Lord, first of all, we received several representations by mail, emails, that we are unable to log in or we are unable to register ourselves because of some technical glitches, etc. Lord, eventually, when we open the window for some time, it results into more number of candidates being given an opportunity to compete. That does not, Lord, lead to any inference even remotely of any wrongdoing. But what was not pointed out to your lordship is, out of total 23 lakhs 50,000 odd students, those who changed, those who used this window for the purpose of changing their center are 14,000 only. 14,546 out of approximately 24 lakhs. But 14,000 applied for change of city. The rest of them were unable to register themselves and therefore they registered themselves. Now, what will be the impact of this 14,000? We have also examined. 14,000 as compared to 24 lakhs is a minuscule amount, figure. But did they go for the purpose of any undue or illegal benefit to a new center? Well, we have done that exercise at page 8. Correction window allowing change of exam cities, 14,546 applied for change. These 14,000 candidates are distributed amongst 4020 centers in 557 cities. Lord, if there is a possibility of one center or one city offering some illegal reward, it would be the concentration on those city or cities. But these, Lord, out of 14,000, they are distributed among 4020 centers and 557 cities throughout the country. Maybe their personal reasons, but whatever, my lord, we cannot examine those questions, my lord. We are dealing with 24 lakh students. So why they are wanting to shift, we can't go into, and we need not go into the reasons.
Do you, as NTA, do you ask these students to apply for a change of centers to furnish a reason or that they furnish documents such as the Aadhaar card? Otherwise, suppose a student student who has, say, already originally, registered at
X place.
that's Sikar, because a student has been pursuing a 15th class there. Otherwise, when a student, say, applies for a change, you ask for any documentation or any reasons for the change?
My lord, to my knowledge, no.
Or it is entirely, you can change, you can opt for any center in the country.
Any center in the country, that's the choice. And any city, not center is not the choice.
Center is allocated.
City is the choice.
Yes.
And we respect that choice. And we don't sit in appeal over whether your request for change is justifiable or not.
This request came at what point of time, Mr. Mehta?
It
For
was.
how many days you looked into the request? Only for one day or
No, my lord. Please come to page 7.
between which date to which date?
18th March to 20th March and 11th March to 12th March. 11th April to 12th April. I have mentioned those dates.
City is also a choice of city is regardless of your domicile, and therefore change is also
I
permitted.
can, for the reason, my lord, my domicile can be XYZ, but I am in Kota, or I'm studying since last 1 year, 2 years in Sikar. Then I may not have any identity, any residential proof or proof of my domicile. Lord, transfer of government officers, parents are transferred, Lord, etc., etc. These are there can be very varied reasons, my lord. But in absence of, my lord, any spike, that because of the shift or transfer was to 2 or 3 centers only, where there was a sudden spike, Lord, mere change of city may not lead to any cross-country manipulation. And therefore, my lord, we have said that out of 14,000 students who, for their own reasons, which we have not examined, sought transfers and were granted, their success rate is 6.46%. And they were transferred throughout the country. 557 cities.
Thirty-three students came to Hazaribagh.
Yeah,
637
yes,
came
my
to
lord.
Patna,
Yes, my lords.
and 24 came to Godhra.
Correct, my lords. And Godhra, my lord, the performance is nobody is getting admission.
Out of 33 who appeared from Hazaribagh, only one candidate scored more than 620.
622. Third, the success rate is 3%. Out of 637 candidates who appeared in Patna, only 35 scored more than 577, corresponding to 1 lakh mark. That also without considering the reservation. Otherwise, my lord, this figure of 35 will come down to 20, roughly, depending upon reservation. And 17 candidates score more than 622, that is corresponding to 56,000 rank. So the success rate is either 5.5% or 2.7%.
But separate candidate scores.
In the entire city. And Patna has, Lord, 70 centers, 70.
7-0.
70. I'm Lord, I have prepared the.
So 17 candidates got more than the 56,000 mark.
Yes. So they'll get not in government college, they'll get possibly in a private college, but even government college also.
No, 17 candidates scored more than 622 marks, corresponding to
They would get government college, but subject to the reservation. If those 17 are also, some of them may be from reserved category, but we cannot. Lord, one more figure. Hazaribagh में total 2733 appeared.
Lord, may permit.
Now, did the number of candidates who appeared this year increase?
But please see, my lord, page 10. We have given that analysis also. Page 11.
10,
Page 11. Sorry, my lord. 10 is 11, Hazaribagh. Appeared candidates 48,643. Number of centers 70. And out of 48,000, this
Last year, how many candidates appeared from Patna?
my lord, 40,000, page 30, my lord. 40,000. 901.
Where do you get that page 30?
30, my lord, from my lord, fifth or seventh line from the bottom, my lord. Bihar, Patna, number of students appearing in 22, 34,000. No, yes. Last year, 40,901. It is increasing, my lord. 34 becomes 40 and then becomes 48. So that increase is also, my lord, proportionate every year. Same is the there is an increase 2022 to 2023 to 2024 in almost all cities. And proportionate increase. My lord, for example, Hazaribagh, if your lordships were to see page 32, fourth column from the top. Hazaribagh, in 22, the candidates appeared were 1569 in 22. Then next to next column, candidates became 1963. And this year it became 27,033. But the success ratio is 4.61. It's not as if they were going there to get some undue benefit. Otherwise, my lord, the success ratio would have jumped.
Now, what is the next point?
Lord, which I have, your lordships have seen page 10 and 11, my lords.
Just got 10 and 11.
The success ratio in Patna is 5.5. If we go by, my lord, your lordships may kindly see, my lord, Hazaribagh first 10, page 10. Out of 2,733 candidates, 4.6% are within 1,08,000 bracket. Half of which, according to my calculation, would not get because of the reservation. Subject to, my lord, they also being from that category, from the category, my lord, entitled for reservation. And for government seats, the success ratio in Hazaribagh is 2.1%. That again without counting the reservation. And page 11, please see the chart which we have, my lord, placed for your lordship's consideration. This is center-wise chart. The success rate is 2.2, 1.1, 3.8, 1.2.
Oasis public school is about 4.733.
1.1, my lord. If we go by, my lord.
622.
Yes. But St. Xavier's has 6.2. So it is between 3 to 7, my lord. Substantially consistent.
But just one thing I want to point out. The reference point they have taken out for this percentage, they start with 12 lakh. Then sometime they come to reference point is 1,08,000. Sometime reference point is 56,000. Sometime reference point is the marks above 622. But this will not lead us anywhere whatsoever. This is all wherever the picture is seen normal, they pick up that reference point and present this data. A haystack and 1,000 needles put in here and there, and they say the haystack doesn't seem to be imbalanced. Please.
My lord, the petitioners. We have taken 56,000 and 1,08,000 because the petitioners argued only on that basis. That 600 marks, then I'll not get it. More than 600, I'll get it, etc. Please now, Lord, last come to page 47. Lord, I have given a cumulative chart. What would be the position of the person, of a student who gets a particular mark? And please come to the last column, my lord, at serial number 115. Just to give a broad outline. 115. The student who will get 600 will be.
What do you mean by cumulative frequency?
Cumulative frequency means, my lord, this is where he would stand out of 1,88,000. So he would stand at serial number.
Serial number 1 marks 720. Cumulative frequency would be 61. What does that mean?
61
Num-
toppers.
Oh, right, there were those 61 toppers.
Yeah, yes, my lord. It includes them.
It includes the 1563.
Yes.
When we deleted the 17, it came down to 44.
No, yes, yes.
Right.
Plus, my lord, when we see
Sorry,
600.
initially it was 67. When you deleted the 1563,
Judge deleted.
right, it came to 61.
When you come out of Chachar now, come to Haryana, then come to India. My learned friends, I understand his love for Chachar, but he has to come out of Chachar now.
Mr. Buddha has his loyalty, you know.
Yes, I respect that.
So out of
No, cumulative
then
would-
out of the 60, 61, 44, as we were told, are people who get full marks for option 2.
My lord, yes. And my lord, what I say, cumulative frequency.
So if the option 2 is not treated as a correct answer, you will eventually get 17 students who have got 720 out of 720.
Possibly, yes.
760.
But that's
Sorry?
okay. But that doesn't lead to any malpractice. I mean, that's a different question.
Not the malpractice.
Yes.
If you take away those 4 marks
For option 2,
for option 2, and you add one more negative mark, so there would be at least 5 marks less.
so they'll get 715. instead of
715, and then their rank would accordingly be adjusted.
adjusted. Because if what Sukriti argued yesterday, if she's right, then they will be down from 720 to 715.
Lord, there is one.
And yesterday, of course, we had the figure also, right?
Lord, can we complete this one rather than going into that area, right?
773 candidates, 4,20,773 candidates who gave option 2 was their answer.
Correct, my lord.
And those
Lord-
4,20,000 were given full marks for that.
Lord, my lord, assist your lordship.
Course, we don't answer that right now. You
Right.
won't know.
Yes, yes.
We'll go
Because, my lord, Miss Tanvi Dubey, my lord, in the morning called me to inform me that one boy or girl, my lord, has approached her that she has got 720 out of 720. So for her, that 5 marks,
we'll go to 750.
15. my lord. So
Absolutely.
I said that you move the court and whatever I'll make my submissions, my lord, on that question.
Then we will hear you for that girl. Huh?
Yes, yes.
Give us the name of that girl and what you are arguing, because we like to hear you, because we have a representative from that category.
Yes. Lord, please see 115. What I mean, cumulative frequency. Lord, when I say that I got 600 marks, above me have 30 persons, my lord, in 30 individuals with 601 mark also. Hypothetical figure. 30 is hypothetical figure because every figure has more than one students getting those figures, my lord, in a span of 24 lakhs.
Now, when
Therefore,
seal number 2, Mr. Solicitor, 716 marks,
yes,
cumulative frequency is 671.
correct, my lord.
So this will include 71, will include the 61?
61, yes,
Ah,
yes,
right.
yes, yes. That is cumulative.
These 71 people would be, say, 716 and above.
Yes. So accordingly, when we were considering the figure of 600,
So in other words, somebody who gets 716 would rank as the 71st candidate,
yes, your lordship, sorry, correct.
or between 61 and 71.
Depending upon, my lord, what is the upper position, it would be a total reshuffle.
It would be 14 at item 1, then 44, 10 people at 716, and 288 plus whatever those.
They would be directly
44
impacted. They
people.
would be directly impacted. They will go down.
And interestingly, we are taking 622 as the mark for the 56,000 seats. That you'll get at sale number 93.
Correct.
Third column.
Yes.
That, and 1,08,000 let us see now. 1,08,000 is
No, see,
577.
130,
130. That's how we get it here.
This is, my lord, what we have done.
What more, Mr.
Lord,
Solicitor?
few more, my lord,
Now, we'd
before
like
that-
to, you can take it at your own time, but we'd like you to show us the 1563 candidates.
Yes, it's there. It's there. My lord, we have prepared it yesterday, my lord.
It's here.
It was there, my lord, but
I think it's at page 11 over here.
yes, my lord, but we have done a little better exercise. Page 8, bottom, my lord, your lordship may kindly see.
Page
Uh,
8, got it.
Yes.
156.
Lord, they were, your lordships are aware, they were given grace marks initially, what was termed as compensatory marks. And thereafter, retest was taken.
They belong to how many centers?
I'll just, my lord, there is another, my lord, 6 centers. My lord. 6. I'll give the details, my lord, the center-wise also.
From 6 centers.
Yes.
And these were the candidates who were given compensatory marks because they were given the wrong paper.
No, because they could not get 3 hours, 20 minutes full time.
And why did they not get the full time?
There are different reasons, but essentially because of the wrong paper being given
Right.
initially, paper being taken up and
They were given either the Can Bank paper
those,
or maybe also different medium of instruction also.
that is only one case, my lord. That is one case,
Savai Madhopur.
Savai Madhopur. The rest are, my lord,
Yeah, has
Lord,
taken-
my lord, when we are dealing with, my lord,
The examination, that can't be because our court had
there is
permitted
none.
it.
There is none.
We dismissed the writ petition.
No,
Did we? No, we didn't dismiss the writ.
Your
petition.
lordship
we
did not.
permitted it to
The
take place.
challenge was to grant of compensatory marks.
Right.
So we pointed out
That we are now
that
holding a.
now we are holding a fresh test. So court said now that question does not arise.
When
That's the
special test held.
23rd of June 24. But out of 1563, only 813 appeared. An option of not appearing. And my lord, I must tell you, nothing would turn on this, my lord, but as a piece of information, why, my lord, out of 1563, only 813 appeared? Lord, suppose I am a student, I did not get half an hour out of 3 hours, 20 minutes. I completed my paper, say, in 2 hours. I am a brilliant student. I may not choose to go for and take my chance in the retest. Therefore, the option was that either you accept your result of less time performance, or you are given an option of appearing again. Lord, rest of them chose, because some may be meritorious, but we can't compel them.
Marks were then withdrawn. Nobody then
Everyone.
Those who chose to stand by their original result, that is the original result minus a
Minus compensatory marks. So the student will have a choice that minus compensatory mark, I am getting this much. I have performed well. So why should I take a chance or gamble by appearing again? It was a gamble. He could have got more.
compensatory marks which were given, was it uniform for everyone?
Uniform.
How many marks were given?
Uniform. Proportionate formula, my lord. There was some formula as per CLAT, my lord.
But everybody got the same compensatory mark.
Yeah,
Or it varied
same
from
methodology was applied.
Same methodology.
Same method.
Based on what they had scored.
Scored and what the time lost.
So everybody didn't get like 4 marks or 5 marks.
No, not a fixed figure. The system applied was same.
The same formula was applied.
Same formula. I'm sorry.
Results.
Yes.
Depending on how much compensatory mark, everybody didn't get the same compensatory mark.
No.
The same principle was applied.
But
Maybe
whatever
that's
was
how
given.
those students have either had to appear or have their original result minus
Compensatory mark. Yes. So out of those 1563, 813 appeared. They may not have fared well, my lord, in the first. So out of 156, 3 candidates, 1563 candidates, as on 30th June, 26 candidates have scored equal to or more than 577. That is corresponding to 1,08,000 mark. And success rate is 1.7%. And out of this, 11 have scored equal to or more than 622.
Now, those who remained didn't take the new examination. How many of them got more than 622? Those who didn't take the...
We have, my lord, we'll check up. That, your lordship, it will be an interesting figure. Because maybe they didn't appear because they had more than 60.
Then they felt that they had done well enough.
They have done well. And my 6.
7 out of it.
I can prepare it and give it to your lordship.
800.
Because I may get, so for example, I have got 600 marks without compensatory. I might feel that if I reappear, I might come down to 550. So I don't take a chance that whatever admission I'll get wherever, at 600, I'll take that chance. They took that chance. And success ratio is 1.7% in 1,08,000 and 0.7.
This is the 1563 now we've done.
Yes.
Now, which is the next area?
Yes. Next area, before I take your lordships to the other things. Would your lordships like to see, my lord, the investigation?
Now, what about the, since we are looking at the data, what about those who were given the can-bang paper?
My lord, those, my lord, what happened was, as I have said, my lord, we are dealing with 4750 centers. Human errors do occur in few of the centers. One human error
How
was.
many centers was the can-bang paper given actually? Let's see
We have
the
prepared,
issue.
we have
just want
undertaken that
clarity on that
exercise.
actually.
We have undertaken that exercise, my lord, yesterday night. My lord, there are two categories.
Just one second.
मेल कर दे संजय को. संजय संजय करे. Four of this.
Para 3 also. At how many centers?
Neet UG were Canara Bank questions booklets distributed. Question papers from Canara Bank were distributed at 12 centers. My lord, kindly see, out of 4750, out of 12 centers, 4 centers replaced the Canara Bank question papers with State Bank of India question papers. Thus, 8 centers, the questions paper from Canara Bank were used. My lord, rightly or wrongly, they took the decision that having given a wrong question, now let them complete 3 hours and 20 minutes with the wrong question. Wrong in the sense that it was SBI and not Canara, with, my lord, the difficulty level being the same. Lord, whoever approached
How many total candidates answered the Canara Bank question bank?
yes, 3307. And we have given center wise. And serial number 7 would, my lord, assist your lordships. The candidate of the above referred centers who answered Canara Bank were evaluated based upon the respective answer key of Canara Bank. Out of 3307, 59 candidates have scored more than 577, which corresponds to 1,08,000, and 17 have scored more than 622, that is respectively 1.7% and 0.5%. These are the students where the center superintendent took a decision that, all right, I have brought a wrong question paper, but let them complete now within 3 hours and 20 minutes.
3,307 candidates.
Yes. And next, my lord, my learned friend, my lord, mentioned that this key was never uploaded. That is factually not correct, my lord. Serial number 8, the answer key of Canara Bank question paper were also uploaded on 3rd June.
So for 8 centers, where the examination took place on the basis of the Can Bank question bank,
Yes.
They have been graded and assessed on that basis.
On the basis of the answer, model answers of Canara Bank.
So 3,307 candidates are not assessed on the basis of SBI, but the Can Bank, the wrong. Now,
in a sense, wrong, my lord. Yes,
but
both were correct. But one
has some moderation been done between the Can Bank and the SBI question.
Lord, the report of the expert is that the difficulty level of both the question papers are same, and that is always, my lord, questions are prepared, so that one question paper is not more difficult than the other.
The SBI lot, I mean,
Remaining, my lord,
Remaining.
99%.
yeah. What is the success rate for the for 622 and above?
But if your lordship sees para 2, perhaps, my lord, of this. No. Lord, in the main written submissions, my lord, if your lordship comes to page 2. This is total 4.
Yes.
Page 2 of the original, first which I saw. The total number of candidates appeared is 23,33,162. The cutoff marks of
23
candidate
lakhs, 33,000.
162. Where I'm roughly using 24. This is the correct figure, accurate figure, madam. So the cutoff mark, whose rank is within 1,08,000, is 577, which is 4.6%.
4% get at least 577 marks.
Yes, madam. And
6,000,
2.4%.
which is 622 marks, is how many? Is 2 point?
4%.
So really speaking, then the other rate is 1.7% and 0.5%.
Correct.
So the Canara Bank success rate is lower.
My lord, maybe the caliber of the students also needs to be, my lord. Because when the papers are set, my lord, the experts are told to set it in such a way that since we have to give last minute option, both must have the same difficulty level. I must.
Two sets of question papers, the instructions to the paper setters that set them at the same level of difficulty.
We have, my lord, after paper setters, we have moderators.
Nothing can be absolutely perfect, but there'll be some moderators who do even the moderation
of the question paper. And for moderating the question paper of both Canara and State Bank, we have the same moderators.
But tell us, how is Canara Bank question paper distributed in the first place?
That's my lord. I'll answer.
What is it said here in the first two questions? Who authorized the city coordinator for collection of trunks?
Lord, please see. City coordinator is authorized by DG NTA in writing. The authorization letter contains the name, photograph, and signature of city coordinator duly authorized by DG NTA. I must tell your lordships, my lord, this goes digitally because it's impossible to send personally to 4,750 students. So he has to take a printout. So he can have 2 printouts. Now, this is to enable him to produce the authorization letter to the bank and to ensure that the bank can verify that the same authorized person has come to collect. It is responsibility of city coordinator to distribute the respective trunks containing booklets, each of which are individually and collectively sealed to the respective centers. This handing over by the bank to city coordinator is recorded in CCTV. As per the practice, the city coordinator goes along with center superintendent as well as an independent neutral observer appointed by NTA for each center. The observer is appointed for each center, who is generally a principal or a lecturer of the nearby educational institutions. Every center has, my lord, an observer.
So in the morning of the examination, the DG NTA would indicate which is the set, which set is the Can Bank set or the SBI set to be taken up.
Yes.
That message is passed on to the city coordinator.
Correct.
And the city coordinator in turn relays it to the center.
He has
center superintendent.
Yes, but he has 2 options. Either he can go and collect everything and distribute, but generally practice is he calls every center superintendent and the observer to come. They go together and take their respective trunks.
But then that is done. How is it that some chaps went to, got
Lord,
the sandbag?
your lordships are absolutely right, but I put it that way, my lord. He may be having, my lord, both. The authorization, my lord, is not bank wise. Authorization is person wise. Mr. X is authorized.
But the banks are informed by the DGNTA in the morning that, look, we are
But that-
choosing the,
Lord,
SBI
that
option.
is, my lord, a lacuna. I will not, my lord, say anything wrong before your lordships. This should be introduced. The bank should be instructed. Both banks should be instructed that you give and you
will
don't.
not give.
Yes.
Because this should be centrally circulated to Can Bank. I mean, Can Bank this time. That, look, your paper is to be now maintained in safe custody in the bank itself. You will not distribute that question paper.
And SBI should be told that you don't give if somebody comes.
Yeah. And only SBI papers will be
But,
distributed.
my lord, kindly examine from this point of view, out of 4,750 centers, rest of the person, my lord, except these 4-5 instances, rest of the persons understood the training correctly. They are trained that you have to go to the center. You are informed in the morning at 8 o'clock. So the system as a whole has worked, my lord, except human error at 0.3%, my lord, centers. That is 8 centers out of 4,750.
All right. Now we'll go on to the investigation.
Please. Lord, Lord, please come to the first report. Lord, I'll request, my lord, is the Lord, I've requested my friend, my lord, to sit with me so that I can. Well, he is Mr. Krishna, he is additional director CBI, and the officer is, my lord, is the DIG CBI. Both of them, my lord, have done a, my lord, wholesome work. My lord, from para 1 to 16.
This is, you are reading para, now what are you reading, Mr.
No, first report. I'm not reading it, my lord, I'm just
Alright.
bringing
First report, no?
first report.
What is what to end?
Oh, in the envelope. Hmm? But if your lordship would like to see the sealed envelope, there's one.
Numbered paragraphs are all consecutively numbered.
No, the sealed envelope, it's interesting. Lord, each paper, along with OMR sheet, is put in one-time terrible plastic bag. It is like this. I'll, my lord, give to your lordship, my lord, because the moment, my lord, I tear it, I cannot repaste it. It is one-time terrible. It's not a, not a glue stick thing.
Yes.
Thereafter, 24 papers are, my lord, packed in another pack, which is like this. I don't want to demonstrate that. And thereafter, my lord, I have explained from page 1 to para 1 to 16 how at different level there are 7 layers of securities. Lord, at page 4, दे दो कोई भी एक पेपर.
Actually, in our judgment, we should refer to the
one paper. I'll just, my lord, give for your lordship's consideration. So that, my lord, after this, your lordships would find what is the relevance in the investigation. I can, my lord, give it to my learned friend also. There is now a paper which is exhausted, so there is no difficulty. But the point is, this is one time terrible. If I open it once, it cannot be packed again.
This is
And-
no adhesive strip or anything like that. It's
And
just
this is opened by the students. Now the paper which we got, the burnt paper which we got from, my lord, the place where they were asked to memorize, we received a burnt paper. Now every paper has, my lord, in the middle, a unique number. Every student will have a unique number. I'll come to that. Just, my lord, bear this in mind. Also, one sill here, inside.
inside.
Inside also. Inside, once you tear the
Yeah.
plastic paper, this also, my lord, please come to page 21, my lord, in this context. Then I'll, my lord, come back to, my lord, what they did was, from Oasis school, as I will point out, my lord, between 8:02 to 9:23, one person enters, we have the CCTV footage, etc. He opens one of the trucks from behind and he gives it to solvers. There are 8 solvers and 20 questions each or 25 questions each is distributed amongst them, ensuring that they do not carry any mobile phones because they don't want the paper to go beyond anyone who has not paid them. Now, after that memorizing exercise and after the students left, I'll come to that, they burn the paper. But page 21, this piece remained unburned. That was recovered by Bihar police, and there is in the middle one number. This number belongs to one girl who had already complained that the paper which I received was sealed by using lighter. The paper which your lordships have in hand is one time terrible. So the person who committed theft, Lord, tore it, got the photographs, put it back
And resealed it.
and resealed it using the lighter, not the way.
That girl said that there was a.
Yeah, yes, we have the statement of that girl also that yes, my paper and this was also broken.
She complained. That girl.
No, in the survey, it's a statement.
No,
When we
it's
recorded this,
by CBI.
yes,
Because that's that's CBI followed that lead because the
number, because of the number, this number belongs to only one person.
and that number was recovered from where?
From the place where students were brought at around in the morning of 5th, that papers would
Later
come
it
at,
was burned.
papers would come in Patna, the papers would come by 10:30, 10:45. It came in 2 tranches. One subject was solved earlier, so it came at 10:30. Second subject was solved little later, so it came at 10:45. They were asked to memorize. And then at 12:45, and we have the CCTV footage of where they gathered for the purpose of going to that school, and they come back to that meeting point again and disperse to their respective centers. Because they were from different centers, not from this school. School is only used for the purpose of committing theft of the paper.
Right.
Thereafter, they burned You want? You can say that.
Yep, you can tell us. You can tell us.
With your lordship's permission.
Certainly.
Well, it knows it inside out.
Lord,
So you can take
this serial number that is written on this half-burnt page is a unique number. If there are 24 lakhs question papers being printed, there will be 24 lakhs such different codes.
Right.
And this serial number goes to Oasis school only as per NTA record. It can't go to any other center in the country. So that is how we went to Oasis school and said that this serial number is supposed to come to you. To whom did you issue this paper to? It was issued to one genuine girl candidate.
She was not involved in any.
She was not involved in any place because the paper was not stolen. There is no displacement of the paper. It was just photographed and replaced back.
And it was again put back in
It was again put back, and so it went to a genuine candidate in the normal course. And that genuine candidate found the seal here was broken, that sticker. And this was also opened. She did not complain to the invigilator. She kept quiet, but to us, she said this is what she found. So that proves that it has been tampered. That is one, my lord. Secondly, these pieces were found in Patna.
This you found where exactly? This you found in Patna.
Patna, that learns boys high school, where about 25 candidates were gathered and the solved paper was given. So the original paper was not taken out, it was replaced back, but its printout was taken and circulated to the candidates, one paper per 2-3 candidates. They sat in a group and started memorizing it. And at the end of the 12:30 or so, they have to go to the centers because exam is at 2. Some centers are far away, some centers are nearby. Then they put all of them together and burnt it.
And this girl was attempting, who was actually the girl to whom that, tampered seal was handed over. She was in which center?
She was in Hazaribagh Oasis school.
She was in Oasis.
Because this serial number is allocated to Oasis school center, my lord.
Oh, from
And
NTA.
from NTA. And NTA gives unique 24 lakh serial numbers so that no two candidates in the country will get the same serial number.
Right.
And this serial number, 124 lakh series is different for SBI. Another 24 lakh series is different for Canara Bank. So there will be almost 48 lakh codes. So that is how, with this piece of paper recovered in Learns Boys School in Patna, we reached Hazaribagh. Because this serial number is allocated to only
But
Oasis.
it was otherwise to be destined for the Hazaribagh school.
Hazaribagh Oasis school alone. So there are 5
But
centers.
the breach occurred in Patna.
No, my lord.
Breach
It was
occurred
told-
again in
the
it was
breach
delayed
occurred
to
in
Patna.
Oasis school, but relate to Patna.
where these problem solving, etc. took place.
Problem solving also took place in Hazaribagh, my lord.
Hazaribagh.
Only there were 2 groups of candidates. One beneficiary group was in Hazaribagh, where the problem solving also took place in another floor of the same building.
Right.
And the first floor, girl candidates, female candidates were there. In the second floor, male candidates were there. In the third floor, the solvers were there. All the 7-8 solvers were together along with the gang.
Without
And-
telephones, without their.
And neither the candidates nor the solvers were allowed to bring the phones into that particular location. And after this solution, again, digital image was taken and it was transmitted to Patna Learns Boys High School, where one of the gang members of the accused is present.
And you recovered this burnt thing from
From Patna,
Patna.
from that school, Learns Boys High School.
Oh, I see.
Where there were 25 candidates.
Distributed this in the classroom.
Yes, sir.
So that person also.
The
couldn't
invigilator
realize
also did
that
not,
the seal
That
is
this has been
tempered.
again.
Yeah, he did not mind.
Resealed with a lighter.
The packet.
Because if you
No, the big
if
packet.
you reseal any plastic with a lighter, it will have burnt marks.
My lord, yes. These are 72 question papers, ma'am. This 4-5 such packets are kept in a trunk. This has got 3 packets of 24 question papers each, inside separately packed. Now on this, the invigilator and center superintendent have to sign that when we are opening, there is no tampering. So though there was a tampering and burnt from one side and again refixed
One paper.
and one paper removed and replaced, they have signed because the center superintendent and the city coordinator were also part of the conspiracy.
Well, interrogated that person.
They arrested, yes.
We arrested, sir.
He was also part and parcel of this.
Yeah, yes, sir. He took money. He took money.
The center superintendent and the coordinator were part of this.
Yes, sir. Yes, my lord.
They
were
are arrested. They are in
Both
custody.
arrested. Apart from that, there is one more middleman who was a bridge between the gang and these two. And the conspiracy was hatched almost 2-3 months prior to the actual stealing because they will have to identify one vulnerable center who is ready to accept and give the access.
But one question I had was, once they had this conspiracy about 2 or 3 months back, how is it that they confined the conspiracy to such a small group of people? Human greed otherwise is that he would want to maximize the profits which he's going to make from the conspiracy. Why did they then only confine themselves to say 25 students?
No, my lord, we have given,
Once they had invested, they could have
we have given the figure in para number,
155.
para number 113.11.
155 students.
150.
Yes. Well, what happens is, my lord, since they don't want the paper to go or their identity to be revealed to many people and exposing them to be arrested in advance, they go to the people, my lord, 1-to-1. And those who fall into the trap, they give post-dated checks and some amount in advance. We have recovered the post-dated checks also. So post-dated checks now cannot be encashed. We have recovered them.
The money is not collected in one trance, my lord. Initially, one token advance is taken. So the candidate is permitted to gain access to that particular location where they're going to distribute the salt paper. Now he doesn't know whether this is the content which is going to come in the exam. So once he comes out of the examination center, then only he confirms that yes, what you gave me yesterday is the one, or what you gave me today morning is the one which came.
But there's no evidence to indicate that the conspiracy was wider, at least in Jharkhand and Bihar.
No, my lord. What we found so far was that there were 2 locations in Hazaribagh where this was shared after solving, and 1 location in Patna where this was shared after solving. And within Patna, that group had a subgroup of 6 female candidates who came on 4th itself. So they didn't want to keep the boys and girls in the same, under the same roof. So they put it in one of the accused houses, those 6 girls, for the night. And next day morning, once it was stolen, photographed, it came to the solvers, they solved it. Then again, a scanned copy was generated, sent to Patna through WhatsApp, and their printouts were taken, about 15 copies of each set. Botany zoology in first go, it came at around 10-15 hours, and the physics chemistry came at about 10:35 to 10:40. So they took printouts and gave 1 copy to 2-3 group of candidates. Since the girls were there in the other house, from here 1 hard copy was taken to that house.
Now, what about these statements which were recorded by the Economic Offences Unit in Bihar,
My lord,
saying that leak 4 तारीख के रात को हुआ था,
my lord,
on the 4th of May.
yes, yes.
And there seems to be an improvement in their subsequent statements when they say the leak took place between that morning hours on the
Not
5th.
only that, my lord, in the file which we has given to the court, my lord, page number 5,
Which one?
the Bihar report.
Bihar. Bihar wala paper.
In fact, first it was Bihar local police, then Bihar EOU.
EOU.
Lord, local police, my lord, it seems, I was shown yesterday, have, Lord, recorded in a cut paste mode, my lord. So once a paragraph, my lord, is added in every.
Because, you know, we saw the statement of Anurag Yadav. You will find it at page 132 of the file. Nitish Kumar at page 92 of the file. And Amit Anand at 88 of the file.
My lord, Anurag Yadav at page 113 it is there, and 129 also it is there, my lord. But
It's a repetition.
before that, my lord, in this report, if my lordship may go to page number 5. Page number 5. This is the consolidated status report prepared by EOU 1 day before it was handed over to CBI, my lord. In that last paragraph,
It's 3 lines.
last 3 lines, my lord. Page number 5.
Now the relay from Hazaribagh to Patna
Is through
was
WhatsApp.
through the mobile of one of these persons who took a picture of the scanned answer sheets and sent us the solved answer sheets and sent them. Now, has that mobile been seized?
No, my lord. They have destroyed some of the gadgets, and yesterday we recovered some of them. Now we have to examine them forensically, whether these were this set of mobiles yesterday we recovered were from the same gang. But whether the same instruments were used for this offense or not has to be ascertained from FSL report.
And perhaps the FSL report will indicate as to whether this was sent only to Patna or did it go somewhere else also?
It will, if the WhatsApp chats are not deleted, then we will know where all it has gone. But apparently from the interrogation, they have destroyed those mobiles after the offense. The main core group, the fringe elements, 18 mobiles were recovered, my lord. That FSL report has come.
Yesterday, somewhere I was reading while we were.
Para 50.
I didn't flag that page. That they
para
threw it
51.
into the river or something.
Para 51. Para
We
51.
recovered from some water body.
Para 51 may kindly be seen, my lord, in our report. Para 51.
First report.
First report. Para numbers are in seriatim, my lord. Para 51. Para 51, last 3 lines, my lord. Sorry, para 52, my lord. Para 52, last 3 lines.
50 if you can.
52. Para 52.
Start with 50.
It also may be seen, my lord.
Back to this page 21 of your report.
Yes, my lord.
report.
Yes.
This is a work of an amateur. Professional would not commit this mistake. He would ensure that the entire paper is burned.
Shredded.
You got the clue, the first clue, because of these numbers.
Yes, my lord.
These numbers are to be found where on this booklet?
Yes, inside every page it will be there.
Inside.
Yes.
Your lordship
On the
can-
top also, on the top left corner, it is there, my lord.
Your lordships can open it, but this is used paper, so it can be opened.
On the top left
But your
corner.
lordship will have to tear it. It cannot be opened the way we open, my lord, the glued envelope.
You don't need a scissor.
No, you don't need a scissor. You are not supposed to be having a scissor as a student.
What was done is, with the camera in the mobile, it was clicked and a hard copy was downloaded. So this is that hard copy
Yes,
which
yes.
has been downloaded.
That's the reason why the girl student got her own paper that was earmarked to her.
So what was the idea in clicking this part, this part?
It's on every page.
It's on every page, my lord.
He doesn't have a choice.
Entire booklet was photographed.
Each page,
Each page.
each page.
Thereafter, it was put back in the envelope and tried to reseal with lighter.
As per the CCTV footage, my lord, he had 1 hour, 20 minutes. Yes. Even the OMR sheet will have the same number, my lord. The OMR sheet and question paper are matched. They come in the same packet.
Good.
As my lord Mm.
What is the nature of the forensic evidence that we have in regard to the, the transmission of the data on the fact that there was a leak? We now know that there was a leak.
And my lord,
What we are unsure about is what time the leak took place and to what extent was the leak. Now, the leak takes, there is a leak, according to the investigation, the leak takes place at Hazaribagh. Now, the leak, the solved question paper is then transmitted by electronic mode to Patna. Now, do we have any forensic evidence to indicate how that data was transferred and to which phones the data was transferred?
I'll answer that, my lord. Before that, this is the report of the Patna police, my lord, which has been submitted, page number 43, 44. There are more number of burnt pieces. If my lordship can. Semi-burnt pieces. In all those, the same serial number is figuring, which we have shown it here.
This is
So
solved.
that means.
And that serial number is of the school.
Of the Oasis Center.
Same girl.
Right, the center.
Same girl. Same
Now,
number.
that means, my lord, all these burnt pieces belong to one question paper. It is not that 4 or 5 question papers were stolen and burnt, because the serial number then has to be different on each piece of paper. Okay.
The question paper will have the center number and the serial number of the question paper itself.
Serial number of the question
So
paper.
it has two things, the center number and the serial number of the question paper.
Yes, my lord.
And there's only one which has been.
Yeah. Now, for a moment, my lord, supposing we say that this serial number paper got leaked on 4th itself, for example. One student. Now, if supposing this paper has got leaked on the previous day itself, on 4th, one of the learned counsels for the petitioner was also mentioning, and there was a confusion in regard to Anurag Yadav's statement also. We have CCTV footage of the main accused Pankaj Kumar alias Aditya, who has been arrested right now in our custody, that he has accessed the strong room of Oasis Center as per CCTV footage between 8:02 to 9:23 a.m. on 5th. So that was the time when he has access to this particular serial number.
That CCTV footage is from where? When he's entering, when he's leaving, or when?
Both.
With
Entering into the control room where the trunks were placed and exit from the control room where the trunks were placed. And the photograph of both the trunks before it was locked, the control room was locked after they were brought from the safe vault of the bank. And when they were opened again for all other witnesses and all, that photographs also we have given, my lord, in.
And the control room is under, the lock of the control room is in whose custody?
My lord, there are 2 doors to the control room,
Right.
this particular control room. The front door was locked in front of everybody and the key was with the central superintendent. But the inside bolt of the rear door was kept deliberately open by the central superintendent as well as the city coordinator as part of the conspiracy.
To allow somebody to.
To allow somebody to enter. And this person whom I named just now was sitting in the staff room whose door is just adjacent to this rear door of the control room. It is hardly 2 steps to open the other door and enter this door. So 7:53, the front door of the control room is locked and everybody goes to inspect the examination halls, etc. From the rear door at 8:02, this man enters.
Only a minute. At this juncture, please see second status report, page 11.
So this man enters at about 8:03, about 8 o'clock.
8:02.
8:02, he enters from behind. That is recorded, movement is
That's-
recorded on the CCTV, and he leaves at about 8:23.
8:23. 9:23.
There are
So he's inside for almost 1.5 hours.
Because, my lord, there are 7 layers of packing. What we showed, my lordship, is only an individual question paper, which comes in this packet of 72 questions. And this is again put in a trunk. Then trunk has 2 locks in the front. And trunk is put in another carton box where the image can be seen at page number 11 of the second status
If you
report.
open the trunk from behind,
He has opened the trunk
Rivets
from behind.
behind.
The rivets.
how did he use that? What kind of equipment did he have to open the trunk?
He had an exhaustive toolkit bag. The bag was kept in the control room by the center superintendent on the 4th.
Security surrounding that control room where the trunks were placed.
My lordship, it's the responsibility of the center superintendent itself. So
He is a party to
He has a party to it. He kept that
So he
toolkit,
kept the toolkit in that.
which is given by same accused 2 days prior, and he keeps it there. This man he doesn't carry the toolkit because he comes out empty-handed. That is also seen. He just clicks on his phone, digital photographs, and walks off. He enters the campus at 7:12 and goes into the staff room and sits there. At 8:02, he enters the control room,
7 AM.
and 9:23, he exits the control room, and 9:24, he exits the center
But
itself.
how do we sort of hypothesize that this main accused Pankaj, that he sent the images of he first took a photograph, then he takes it to the problem solvers.
He sends it immediately after he exits the campus to the problem solvers. Where
Problem solvers are also in Hazaribagh.
they are in Hazaribagh in a guest house called, which is named in our report, my lord, on the 3rd floor.
Now,
And there is a
Is that-
printer there.
right, and from once they are solved by the problem solvers, they are remitted by whom? Again, by the same accused
By the
to,
same accused.
to Patna.
Pankaj also goes to that same location,
And then
and
he
they
sends
have
it
a
to Patna.
group of several people there, about 9 persons.
How do we rule out this, that Pankaj may have sent it to other locations also?
But so far, from the investigation and interrogation of the accused, we found only 4 locations, my lord, 2 in Patna, 2 in Hazaribagh. And the top gangster is somebody. Below that, there are about 5 main persons, out of which 3 we have arrested and they are in our custody. And we have interrogated them. And below that, they have some people who mobilize the candidates, some people who identify the safe house, some people who
Is the top gangster also in custody or no?
not yet.
Solvers are in custody. How did the solvers actually transmit? They were solving. Were they solving the questions
Solvers,
digitally? They were solving them on paper. What were they doing?
yeah, my lord. For example, if my lordship may see page 50 and 51, you can see the tick marks on the hard copy, half burnt papers. The size of this tick mark is different from the size of the tick mark which we recovered from the candidate, the girl candidate of Oasis. She has put a small tick. And in that, for every question, there is only one tick, what she thought it was the correct answer. So this tick is on another hard copy,
No, one clarification.
on a printout.
The man enters that control room, what control room?
Control
Yes,
room they call it. It's a hall.
According to you, sir, he was in that room for 1 hour and
20
minutes.
minutes, 21 minutes.
He must have taken time to open the trunk from behind. He took out one question paper, which unfortunately was given to that girl. Then he clicks pictures on his mobile. From his mobile, he forwards it to the solvers.
Not to the solvers, my lord. He forwards it to one of their own counterpart who is with the solvers
Okay,
physically.
chalo, X. He forwards it to X. X is in company of the solvers at the guest house.
Yes. ma'am.
Then he must have parted that with the solvers.
He takes a hard printout.
This is that burnt thing is the hard print.
Printout. Yes.
One
Solved printout.
1 second, my lord.
Okay.
The
So after the solvers solve the question paper,
It's again scanned
By whom?
whom?
by the same accused who are
Okay.
there with him.
Other-
Pankaj
other
also
person
is,
was
Other
there.
person.
Pankaj is also there.
Pankaj is also.
And this scanned copy, we know, has been sent to Patna.
Yes.
It is
And also to one other location.
another center in Hazaribagh
Yes.
and to Patna. But we have, how do we sort of conclusively say that this scanned copy has been sent to no other centers other than one more at Hazaribagh and one at Patna?
My lord,
So we
from-
have no forensic, we don't have forensic data to, if we had forensic data, then there would be electronic footprints that this was sent to this was sent to this number, this was sent to this number.
That is why I gave the figures, because the time available for them to impart this, Lord, whatever they have stolen, was hardly 1.5 hours to 2 hours. And therefore, even the students who are now caught, those who are beneficiaries according to us,
Because you know what?
they also did not fare well.
Earlier we thought that, that after he takes the photographs, that he comes to the center at about 9:30 and 45 minutes is given to the problem solvers. No, the problem solvers probably got the question paper at 8:30 itself.
no, my lord, at around 9:24, after he comes out, he transmits it as per the
That's the statements of
interrogation statements. Of,
These are the statements.
His mobile is not available, and that co-conspirator in Hazaribagh,
Hazaribagh's guest house is not so far away. Even the person who received, we have arrested my lord, in Hazaribagh. Yes.
right after lunch. the students. There must be finality to this
There
way.
has
If you are
to be,
ordering
they
the
are-
retest, if you are ordering the retest, students must know that they have to start preparing for retest. If you are not ordering a retest, then they know that, well, now
we are not on the tenter hooks. That's because lakhs and lakhs of students are awaiting. Before I take your lordship, what has happened, what cannot be said in the status report also. But I'll say it as guardedly as possible. Lord, when the CBI tells your lordships in a status report that according to us, this is only two places where this incident happened, Lord, it is always preceded by the interrogation. Lord, interrogation, your lordships are aware, Lord, is an effective method where initially, Lord, they are separately interrogated. They say A, B, C, D, E points individually. Then they are confronted. They say A, B, C, D, E individually. Some of the students are also, my lord, interrogated. And eventually, my lord, based upon several factors, my lord, it is the conclusion that right now the beneficiary figure would not cross 115.
155, no?
55, sorry, 155.
Yes.
Now, kindly see, my lord, the way in which, my lord, these people operate. First, as my lord Justice Pardiwala very rightly observed, they are novices, my lord. They are not, my lord, in the game. They are not big players in the game, which is, my lord, proved from the fact that at least 10 to 15 pages of the paper they could not even burn fully. Otherwise, we would not have been anywhere. Without that, my lord, unburned or half-burnt paper, we would have been nowhere. Second, their modus operandi is very clear: not to permit transmission to more than those who have already committed. They were taking charges. The charge is not a correct word, but the money was to be recovered in 3 tranches. First installment was paid, then second and third was by way of the post-dated checks.
Yes.
They did not transmit papers even to the solvers. The solvers were brought to the center, to the hotel, and we have, my lord, the hotel register is, my lord, recovered. They have given their identity proofs whenever, my lord, a person goes to a hotel. Everything is recovered. So their presence there on a particular day is established. They were called there. They also say that we were asked to keep our mobiles out, and they solved the papers, gave to one person who transmitted to them. So their modus operandi is, the entire thing, my lord, appears to be confined to this particular area, these two particular centers.
Yes.
And, my lord, we have been able to identify, my lord, several persons, several accused in the sense, my lord, I don't like the word accused also being used for the children, but beneficiaries. My lord, none of them are getting admission anywhere, which leads to an inevitable conclusion.
Of the 155.
We have been able to identify 35 odd. Others we are in the process.
You have able to identify how many students totally up to now?
32. They are not, my lord, they are not getting admission. The report says so, my lord.
The list of 1,08,000 or just overall in 23.5?
No, 23 point something. Most of them are not in the list of 1,08,000. Now, only thing that would happen is they would be debarred for future also, depending upon what Neet deal. But this year, that is out of question. Lord, page 120, page 22, para 52 is the chart of some candidates identified then. This is a part of the first report. Lord, none of them are falling within this. Why I'm showing this. The purpose is to satisfy our lordships that the accused and our corroborated by our findings that they got only 2 hours to mug up the questions is reflected in the result they got. Whoever, my lord, is identified there are only 2 who have crossed 573 and 581. 570 is the 577. They've just made to manage to. Some of them have got 111. Please see, my lord, page 22. So maybe, my lord, the student was intrinsically good.
Only 2 students cross.
Pardon, my lord.
You said 2 students crossed 573.
My lord, if your lordships can come to page 22 of the first report, so that I may be, my lord, accurate. It for 3 students, my lord. This is what, my lord, as on that date we found, my lord, these beneficiaries.
Page 23.
Yes, my lord. 581, my lord, first is 581. I am not naming anyone. Then 531, 483, 300, 296, 185, 338, 573, 581. This is second, my lord, 581, who crosses 577. And that's it, my lord. There are only 2 who cross. Otherwise, 111, 431. So they got 2
There are
hours.
three, no? There's first one is 581, then there's one 573 and one 581.
577 is required, my lords, for being in the 1,08,000.
Right, sir. So 581, we have one candidate.
And 2 with 581, my lords.
Yes.
So, my lord, my respectful submission is that unlike, my lord, the judgment which your lordships have been, my lord, assisted with yesterday, please see, my lord, the judgment. Before I come to the next point, my lord, but I'll come to the judgment a little later. But I'll just point out, my lord, one more fact. The students on this side, left side, my learned friends' clients, they are also ultimately children. Most of them,
Yes.
like all of us, my lord, were misled by the fact that one telegram channel was showing that this is the question paper uploaded on 4th itself. Lordships would recall, my lord.
Yes.
Telegram, your lordships must be aware, it's like an app. It's like WhatsApp. Telegram, WhatsApp, there is some other also. Signal. It's like, my lord, Telegram is less used, but it's an app.
What about the telegram thing?
Yes, my lord. That's very interesting, my lord. And how, my lord, we can use or abuse the digital format, my lord, for creating a havoc in the country. My lord, please take report number 3. Report number 3. But I can tell, my lord, first of all, orally to your lordships. I'll not explain, my lord, how we get this, because I can, my lord, give it in a for your lordship's consumption. But one of our officers, my lord, joined this group and got this, my lord. Anyway, we'll not go into that. Kindly come to page 10 of the 3rd report, and I'll demonstrate this, my lord. This was, your lordships have page 10.
Yes.
My lord Justice Mishra.
Yes.
Lord, this is the original version. It was uploaded, the question paper is uploaded on 6th of May, oblique 7th of May, in the night of 6th of May, my lord. They created the channel on March 6, after the exam. I'm sorry, May 6. And uploaded something on 7th.
The account itself was created on the 6th.
On 6th. Uploaded something on 7th. And they could manipulate to show
Uploading was on 7th, is it?
yes, my lord. 001 hours, my lord.
Where do you get that?
At the foot. 00.01. Last para, my lord, just above the image, comprising 12 images that included question number 1 to 76 and 121 to 129. The uploading began at 1 a.m., 0.01 a.m. and concluded at 5 a.m. on May 7th. But if your lordship sees the screenshots at page 9, please come to page 9. No, not page 9, no, page 8, 7 and 8. It would show that it is uploaded on 4th of May.
What is uploaded is the same question, is it?
Same.
But
Uploaded on 7th.
does it have the same serial number?
Serial number, that's my lord, another, your lordship put a very interesting question.
Serial number.
My lord, the serial number should have been here. That is also masked by the person who uploaded it on 7th. The question paper serial.
What is on the previous page, that
Yes.
Screenshot on the previous page,
Yes.
that says May 4, right?
They say May 4. Lord, something which is uploaded on 7th in a channel created on 6th
Yes.
can be shown as having been uploaded on 4th, and we can demonstrate that. In this very case, if your lordship permits, I have the laptop. Because the students must know that
Let us see that.
if my lord, if the DIG can, my lord,
Yes.
come and, my lord, explain to your lordships, my lord. He had explained this to me yesterday. And, my lord, your lordships can give me a piece of, not to me, I'm not, I'm technologically my lord, challenged, but otherwise, I can have a piece of paper today, upload in your lordship's presence and show it as having been uploaded 3 days later. It's that risky a technology. Go through peacefully and explain orally also. 7. On this, my lord, please come to second status report and the conclusions. Based upon your lordships have, my lord, seen the entire, all the three reports. I am not troubling your lordships with this, my lord, but your lordships would, my lord, with respect, my lord, agree that it is a very scientific investigation and based upon the interrogation of the accused and other, my lord, antecedent facts. These are the two conclusions which will assist your lordships so far as the present purpose is concerned, my lord. At page 13, second report, conclusion number 113.7. No evidence has come on record that the solved paper was circulated in any form randomly. Except the 4 locations mentioned above, there is no evidence of any other location so far. The total number of candidates who got benefited from the stolen paper are around 155, around 30 in Patna, and around 125 in Hazaribagh. This is for the purpose of, my lord, segregation, that whether segregation is possible or not, my lord. Your lordships may also, my lord, be assisted by para 11 of the report, my lord, which is at page. Sorry. That may not be necessary, my lord. We have shown 2 figures, my lord. My lord, two pictures. Please, my lord, have a look at how the, right, you have shown that the position of the bag was different. No, my lord, I can show, my lord, it was not shown by my lord. Please come to page 11 of the second report. Page 11 of the second report. Well, just to show that this was done on 5th morning, apart from the CCTV footage we have, well, this is what the position of 2 trunks was in this particular institution. Image of the location of 2 trunks in the control room at OSS school at 7:53 a.m. on 5/5/24 when the front door was locked. This is image taken from the CCTV footage. Both are, my lord, connected to each other. Correct, my lords? Now, next page, my lords. Image of the 2 trunks at the control room of the OSS school at 1 p.m. on 5/5/24 when the officials went to open the 2 trunks before the examination. Both have changed their positions, my lord, and there is a tablecloth is also moved. My lord, this is to satisfy your lordships that this is the theft which happened between 8:02 to 9:23, because that is corroborated by the CCTV footage.
Yes.
So just see, my lord, how your lordships have dealt with this, my lord. And I'll come to the last point. My lord, this judgment in case of Tanvi Sarwal, but your lordships, my lord, latest judgment of my lord, the Chief Justice, my lord, is there, where your lordships have discussed all the judgments. But my lord, only few of the paragraphs of this judgment Here, the investigating agency came to a conclusion that the paper was leaked and paper traveled through several states. Lord, if your lordships can take this, 2015, volume 6 SCC, page 573. I'll not read the entire report, my lord, which was placed before the court then, when this issue was decided. Some CBSE examinations, some 2 lakh odd students. Now, your lordships may kindly see page 587. Just giving my lord a flavor of what investigative report was before the court. Just below classitum D, after my lord the italics, the above mentioned 44 beneficiaries appeared in the examination at various centers spread across the country. Out of this, 15 candidates appeared at Siliguri district, Darjeeling, West Bengal, 11 in Rohtak, Haryana, 4 appeared at Ajmer, Rajasthan, 3 appeared at Delhi, 3 appeared at Jamshedpur, etc. Then para 6. That from the investigation conducted so far, it has been revealed beyond doubt that the network of this organized gang was spread across different parts of the country. Beneficiaries so-and-so and so-and-so were already arrested, so-and-so. Thereafter, again, my lord, the court says, then kindly see at page, similar, my lord, facts, my lord, where details are given, that it was an all India scam as per the report of the investigation. Here, my lord, the report without any, my lord, reservation say that so far we have found that these are the only beneficiaries. Of course, my lord, if some new name surfaces, his result would be subject to the outcome. But the question, my lord, which is for your lordship's consideration is that based upon a mere apprehension, which is not based upon any concrete evidence, would your lordships consider compelling or rather requiring 23 lakh odd students, painting them with the same brush as if all are guilty?
Yes.
When, my lord, the investigation has categorically reported before your lordships that we believe that this is at these 4 places. And that analysis is corroborated by the IIT report. But I don't wish to take your lordships to the IIT report, my lord. Would your lordships like to be assisted with that?
Not necessary.
Not necessary, my lord. It is also corroborated.
We have seen the IIT report.
Yes.
They've taken us.
It says the same, that the pattern is same. It's not an all India phenomena where there is any sudden spurge. And more particularly, my lord, the thing which convinces us, my lord, is that their modus operandi is very clear: to select people, go to them personally. Yes.
Understand one thing, is there any forensic evidence that the telegram paper was in the same form and pattern as the paper which was leaked out?
It must have been.
Just ask your,
You can answer that.
any forensic comparison of the two papers were made or not?
Where the paper which was posted on Telegram on 7th or 4th, leave it right now.
Leave the date,
Huh?
just the forensic.
Leave the date. Whether it was the same question paper which was used in this examination, that's the question, my lord.
Not the same. Whether it was in the same pattern, that same font was used, same structure of the questions were there, or it was in a different format or different pattern. Questions may be the same.
I think, my lord, from the he can answer, my lord, directly, but my instructions were that while uploading it, the middle part
This question is being put for only one reason.
Yes, my lord.
If it's a leaked out paper which has been posted on the Telegram, then matter ends. If it's an information which is independent of the leaked out paper, then it's serious.
Correct, Manoj. What has happened is,
So therefore, is there any forensic comparison of the two or not?
question paper comes to the candidate in a logical.
Candidate would be getting from the same press. So the fonts and the pattern would be identical. The question numbers may vary, the answers may vary,
Yes,
but the font and structure would be the same.
it is the same.
So the question which was there in the public domain as a leaked out paper, whether it matches with the one which is there on the telegram. That is the question.
The question paper is of the question paper of this examination in the same font, I think. There is no.
Is there a report and examination of that or not?
No.
Whether any effort was done to that extent?
Any forensic report is there? Any telegraph contains the same font, this, that, and others. Is there any forensic report on that? There is none. We must take it, Manoj. But otherwise, my lord, what yesterday, my lord, we will have to rule, absolutely. But otherwise, my lord, what I was told is that it is the same paper which was given by a student.
No, because you see, the telegram, which is the photograph of that paper is there on in your report.
Yes, my lord.
It doesn't matches with the one which is there in the case diary report. Not only in the font pattern, but also in the, as far as numbers are concerned.
Page 11. Page 11, my lord. So your lordships are comparing it with.
That booklet again, please.
Which one?
Which we handed it over. The answer sheet, sorry, the question paper.
The question paper. Is it again back? Your lordship sees that. After examination was over, some student
He
gives
will be carrying the papers.
no, gives it to either uploads himself or gives it to someone, and with a view to hide his identity.
They must have masked the number. But whether the font pattern, the structure
Must be
pattern,
same. Must be.
that has to be forensically
Yeah.
examined.
Yes, my lord, that should have been done, and we will do
The
that.
students retain the question paper after the.
They always retain, but they are supposed to give the OMR sheet back and take the paper out. Otherwise, my lord, it would be easy to trace the person, track the person. So it may not match, my lord, because of the jumbling. But it may not match because of the series being different.
Yeah, that would, so that the questions are jumbled, the order is changed.
Yes, it may not match,
It
but
cannot be done by us. It has to be forensically done.
it's certainly, it will be done, my lord, by today itself. It would be sent. I can make a statement. My lord, my last submission, Lord, I respectfully rely upon your lord, my lord, the Chief Justice's judgment in 2021, Volume 4, SCC 631. I'll not read.
2021.
Volume 4, SCC 631. Lord, this was also use of unfair means My lords were pleased to, my lord, consider the case law on the subject and, my lord, observe at page para 56. And I would rely upon respectfully on the last part, but I'll read that para. The decision in railway recruitment, etc., all go to emphasize that a recruiting authority is entitled to take a bona fide view based on the material before it, that the entire process stand vitiated, as a result of which a fresh selection process should be initiated. The integrity of the selection process cannot be lightly disregarded by the High Court, substituting its own subjective opinion on the sufficiency of the material which has been taken into account by the decision-making authority. Undoubtedly, fairness to candidates who participate in the process is an important consideration. There may be situations where candidates who have indulged in irregularities can be identified, and it is then possible for the authority to segregate the tainted from the untainted candidates. Now, please note this, my lords were pleased to say this. On the other hand, there may be situations where the nature of the irregularities may be manifold and the number of candidates involved is of such a magnitude that it is impossible to precisely delineate or segregate the tainted from the untainted. A considered decision of the authority based on the material before it, taken bona fide, should not lightly be interfered in the exercise of powers of judicial review unless it stands vitiated on the grounds of unreasonableness or proportionality. And, my lord, the decision-making process, my lord, I have shown to your lordships, it matches pan-India. There is no spurge. It matches earlier year and the year before that. And even the investigation suggests a localized, identifiable irregularities, my lord. And therefore, your lordships may not, my lord, exercise the judicial review. That's the respectful submission. Last, my lord. Lord, last, the question, my lord, that wrong and right question. My lord, I have also received several mails from unknown people, and I don't wish to rely upon it, but the common thing, my lord, common thread which is coming is that there are old books which are available. The old books contain a wrong answer, but in the NCERT book.
But your instructions say that students must go by the latest edition, right?
No, my lord, the instruction says that, give me that in case of dispute, both the marks to be counted. Guidelines, my lord. Give me the guidelines, sir. Yes, my lord. My lord, page 70 of my affidavit in Vanshika Yadav.
Yeah, there's one correct answer here. How can we have, and you know, the thing is, option 2 and option 4, there may be a situation where the question is ambiguous and possibly both may be correct answers, logically speaking, in a given case, that you have 4 options. Option 2 may possibly be a correct answer. Option 4 may also is really the correct answer, but option 2 is also so ambiguously framed that it may also be correct in a given example. Here, if you look at the answers, each of them excludes the other. Each of them excludes the other.
Let's see. I'm just making an attempt.
Let's just see that. IIT director ka de do.
My lord, if your lordship sees the question, my lord, for a second, it's a trick question, my lord. I won't say, my lord, it's a ambiguous question. It's a trick question.
Yes.
Statement 1, we can, I may not read. 2, again, I may not read.
Yes.
Now, see the question. In light of the above statements, choose the most appropriate answer from the options given below. No, not the correct answer. Which is the most appropriate? There, my lord, possibility of 2 and 4 both being correct.
But see, option 2 is both statement 1 and statement 2 are correct. 4 says statement 1 is correct, but statement 2 is incorrect. So both can't coexist together.
I understand. My lord, one rules out the other.
Yes,
My lord, I cannot defend, my lord, something which is not, but, my lord, kindly appreciate, my lord, the wrong answer published by NCERT book since years.
Now, just for factual clarity, the wrong answer is option 2. We are taking it as option 2, though in our order.
It may be.
We will just mention, we'll mention the question because, you know, the question number, etc. may be jumbled.
Jumbled, yes.
So I'm not sure the options are jumbled also. Options may not be jumbled, right?
The options are also jumbled.
Right. So, so we will just, so that there is no.
Better to quote the.
We'll just quote the question. Now tell us one thing, what, the option 2 appeared as an answer in which NCERT edition?
Yeah, yes, my lord. My lord, that appeared.
Your Lordship, prior to 2019. In 2019, the edition has been changed.
No, my lord, that appears to be not a very correct information. My lord, my information is up to 21, it continued. But subject to, my lord,
Your Lordship.
my lord, if some student can come, my lord, the old question, old wrong answer, till what time it continued in NCERT book? Till 22.
Edition came in November.
Yes, well, the revised edition came in November 22. But one of the student wrote me a mail that before that we have already started preparing.
Your
Revised
Lordship,
edition came in?
what Mr. Tushar Mehta is saying, what my case is, I started preparing in 9th grade itself, from 2020 onwards. So I bought all these books in 2020 itself. I have a copy of edition in my petition I have annexed that 2019 had the same statement, which was revised in 2019 October, and thereafter in 2023 as well. The same statement has come into being.
I think what we should do is, we should not, honestly, we should not go by the edition and all that. We will go by the correct answer. Now, suppose a student, let's take an extreme case. Let's take a case where the latest NCERT edition gives a wrong answer. But a student who has prepared well gives you a correct answer. Will we give that student?
I get, my lord, what your lordships are calling from your lordship. But, my lord.
IIT tells us what is the correct answer.
No,
Lordship, the IIT is to have
only a minute.
correct knowledge on the subject matter, Your Lordship.
Only a matter, only a minute.
Yes,
ma'am.
yes.
Lord, at the same time.
Look, yesterday we referred it to IIT with your, with your consent ultimately.
No, I consented, my lord, not.
Let's go by the IITs. They are
the respectful submission is this, my lord, and I leave it at that those who relied upon an authorized text of NCERT and, my lord, given the option accordingly, my lord, should also not get the my lord, disadvantage of that.
No, Mr. Mehta, the question here is not about the correct question, rote learning. You have to have the fundamentals clear. So far as an unstable atom is concerned, it has to be a radioactive element. Then it becomes unstable. Otherwise, protons, neutrons, and
Lord, I am not joining
so
issue.
So being a science student, I'm a little bit aware of it.
The matter
The
ends, my
answer
lord,
is so
ends
clear.
there.
If anybody has his fundamentals clear, he will answer it. So if he is bound only reading textbooks which are incorrect, he will render incorrect answer.
And though we gave the director time until 12, before 10 o'clock, we had it on our table report.
Would not have taken more than 2 minutes.
Must have taken probably 10 seconds to answer the question.
But my lord, the persons who will be affected would be around 4,22,000.
Your Lordship, but that also has to be considered. How many of them are within 1,08,000, Your Lordship?
No, everyone would be. They may come, they may go out. We do not know how will.
Your Lordship, the inflation itself is the big bug in this entire examination, Your Lordship, due to only this question marking. No, 290. 256 or something.
Yes, this report. Right, Ravi?
Was given by 9,28,379 students. So the larger proportion were all giving the correct answer. Option 2 was given by 4,20,000.
Your Lordship, the challenge was made by less than 0.6% of students who challenged this question.
Basically, my lord, my lord, without going into which answer is correct, my lord, treating 4 to be correct. The Well, only one last request, only one last. Lord, Lord, question number 4 is the correct answer.
Sir, just wait till for you to wrap up for a minute. We'll not close your argument right now. Let's just hear
Yes.
because that's the perspective of students.
Students.
That others are who lose to lose, who stand
Your
to lose
Lordship.
by mark. So let's see what.
Please.
Mr. Solicitor, don't just keep your thought with you so
Yes,
that we'll hear you up.
If I may circulate a note. Well, the main argument here is this applicant, she is AIR 1. She is scoring 720 out of 720. While attempting this question, she was faced with two situations. There's a tabular chart, Manoj, on the second page.
Repeat that you are.
If she would not have attempted the question.
She is ranked number 1.
Rank number 1, 720 out of
720 out of 720.
Yes, yes. If she would not have attempted the question, it would have been -4 for her. So she would have ended up scoring 716. If current situation is executed, now if the current choice is treated as incorrect, that will be -5 for her. So this will be 715. So now she is in a peculiar situation where she will end up getting even lesser. If she would not have attempted the question, she would have been at 715. Because the second difficulty is that in the information bulletin, there's no whisper at all of the fact that there's some new NCERT book which is to be referred. And the old NCERT book is very well on the website also. Because we have made an argument that the rules of the game cannot be changed in between. If my lords may see one judgment, 2011-10 SCC 51. It's the rules of the game, if I may just read the relevant part.
Instruction that if there is a dispute regarding the answer, then the answer given in the NCERT will be treated as correct. Is there any instruction of that nature?
As per...
So is there any such instruction? No. So the answer has to be correct on principles.
One more thing, very sorry. One very important thing in the FAQs which they released post declaration, what do they say? This was also done as a policy mentioned in the information book bulletin of the Neet UG 2024. That is, now see, this is very important. If more than one option is found to be correct, then 4 marks plus 4 will be awarded to only those who have marked any of the correct options. So this
Yes.
applies in a situation, Tanvi, where 2 answers are found to be correct.
Yes.
If 2 options are found to be correct, then if you adopt any one of them, you'll get plus 4. This is not a case where option 2 is correct. Only option 4 is correct.
We are saying that as per option, there are 2 options which are jumbled in each set. So if both statement 1 and 2 are correct, and the today's version of the answer, as per this expert opinion, either or will be treated as correct if there's an ambiguity. Well, our respectful submission is that if in case of this ambiguity, if now
I
plus
thought you were saying that she will make it to AIMS Delhi.
yes, yes, my lord.
She will not go to AIMS Delhi, but someone,
And
you take it from us that, we are as sympathetic as anybody else because we realize that. But also there's not a situation where there's an element of ambiguity also, you see. There's not even an element of ambiguity.
My lords, may I just make a
ambiguity
principle-
is in the information bulletin. And in fact, this book is still now it's on the website. The ambiguity lies there that if there were instructions and this
That's
applicant
still on the website, is it?
Well, even civil services examinations, the students rely on NCLT. It is considered to be standard. My Lord Justice Mishra is right.
my
There is no instruction
argument
that
on
you can
principle.
argue, you can read only NCLT.
My lords,
Clear for a minute and then we'll go back to the solicitor to wrap up.
Yes, my lord, just the argument on principle. Let's assume that we don't want anyone to be disadvantaged. My lords, we want to consider what might be an overall solution over here. My lords, we're testing a competitive exam. We want to test everyone on the same basis. The version of keeping this the same, the best way would be to remove this question at all. Because then what happens is that in a competitive exam,
You didn't answer it.
Your Lordship,
absolutely undertake.
Your Lordship, the candidates who have answered it wrongly will be benefited of that negative marking, Your Lordship.
No, they
Also-
won't get the negative marking. That's the advantage. Anyone, the negative marking won't affect them then. That's the advantage. No, the question is removed.
just one year.
Just, Mr. Solicitor, talk to your directors here, right?
Yes.
You can ask him, we'd like your assistance on this. What if we do this? See, with the IIT report now, it's staring us in the face. Now, can we in our order, assuming we are not setting aside the whole exam, if we are setting aside the whole exam, all this is irrelevant. Then of course the whole exam goes. But assuming that they are wrong and assuming you're right on the whole exam, we will take a call on shortly. What if we say that, look, only option number 4 will be the correct option, but for anybody who answered option 2, there'll be no negative mark.
That appears to be.
What do you think? Just talk to Dr. Kamakoti and the director.
No, he is the director,
IIT.
IIT, my Lord. Your Lordship wants me to.
But just have or talk to the director, NT only.
NTA.
In this regard, can I make a submission, Lords?
This one.
If.
I will hear you.
But I am for a petitioner wherein one student has scored
Answer
720.
4 is correct. Obviously.
720 and he has selected option 2.
2.
You have selected.
Get
Option.
negative.
Like Tanvi.
Like, so my Lords, what I am informed that they have purchased the books in June
4
22.
also. But he
Till
will not get
till
negative
June
mark.
22, the same book was there, which was having the option 2 as the correct answer.
That's why what we are suggesting is that we will not give an additional negative mark.
But 4
If
marks.
we-
I think, my Lord, it's reasonable, my Lord, with profound respect, my Lord. But Lordship may ensure that it does not become a precedent. Otherwise, for every question, there can be a litigation. And I am appearing in some of the matters, my Lord, where, no, not in this exam, their questions and answers are disputed.
Each mark.
If there is this exam is for elimination and bringing out the best student for the best profession in the country, Your Lordship.
That's what I think. There will not be harm.
Anything more? Anything more? Or you now?
No, only one, my lord. There was a not faint but attempt to allege bias IIT Director Madras. We have filed an affidavit that he has never attended any of the meeting. He is member of the general body of NTA.
IIT Madras is a member of the general body of the
General body which takes a policy call.
not coordinating the exam this year.
No, it has nothing to do. But in any case, he asked somebody else to come. We have a composition where whichever.
You said Gopal Krishnan had come. No?
Yes, we have filed an affidavit to that effect. Kindly take that on record. And what we do is, as per composition, whichever IIT has organized JEE exam last year is our member to gain their experience. So last year was IIT Madras, therefore he is.
They came into this.
Therefore he came in. Our affidavit, my lord, is.
You are in the same.
He attended only one meeting. I'm sorry, I stand corrected. In December 22. But general body meeting for overall accounts, etc., not for conducting examination.
Yeah.
My lordship.
But I'm appearing for a petitioner. There are 56 petitioners from Gujarat. All are right students. So what I've tried to do is I've shared one written submission yesterday.
So you have all got how many have got 720 out of that?
721.
You don't want a retest. You want a retest.
We don't want a retest.
You don't want a retest.
Most of the petitioners have been selected. They have scored more than 650. And I'm also appearing for 6 intervention applications wherein 50 applicants are there. Out of those,
then they've heard that now the solicitor has argued for your line of.
Just only one point, we are, because everything, the data and the facts are before my lords. The only thing is that we have tried to make a written submission where we have tried to establish the background of all those candidates.
That's all right.
10th, 12th and everything, because they
are not saying
consistent.
Well,
it's not only Neet.
You can't go into individual backgrounds because
what I'm trying to say is that not only Neet they have performed well, but there is an exam of good set. Even in those exams, they have topped.
Fair enough. Yes, Mr.
Wait, please, Lordship.
My lordship, if I may.
Yes,
ma'am.
Yes. Sir, I have a very limited purpose, sir. I seek to represent students belonging to tribal, rural, and basically remote areas and EWS categories from Madhya Pradesh. They are being represented by a socially minded teacher. She's a medical professor, sir. Sir, the issue here is that we face is that these students, some of them come from very remote areas, some are even Naxal regions. For them to access an exam center or even sit for a test once is a very expensive exercise, leave alone doing it again. Some of them have even qualified and they have been seeking assistance from professors and guidance during the ongoing litigation. All we request is that if a retest is ordered, these students may kindly be either exempted or some sort of exception may be made for the process to be eased for them, sir, where their prior scores may stand in case.
Ma'am, if we order a retest, we can't create an exception. Then logically we will be incorrect.
My lords,
either we do it, we have to use the same yardstick for everybody. the fact that there may be students like your candidates coming from tribal areas, poor students will have to go through the entire process, may be a ground not to order a retest. But if you order a retest, then we can't start creating exceptions. Then there'll be our judgment will be very vulnerable. We then have to apply one cut across them.
My lords, in that case, I seek my lord's permission to assist my lords with the judgment.
Your first point that we take it as a point that, ordering a retest will substantially prejudice students, especially students coming from the poorer backgrounds, marginalized backgrounds, like your class. That point we took.
So with your permission, if I may put forth my lord's observation in Sachin Kumar versus DSSB, which learned solicitor sir presented. So basically, by your lordship's principle, these students are obviously not beneficiaries of any paper leaks. And if they are put on the same yardstick as the wrongdoers, then it will be a violation of Article 14. That is my lordship's observation in the matter. And such an exception has been made by the judicature of Patna in Bihar STET leak.
Exception only because then you belong to, say, tribal students. There may be Dalit students. There may be OBC students who also come from a very underprivileged background. Then where do we draw the line? There may be disabled students. Drawing a line becomes very difficult for the court, becomes a little arbitrary. So
I would seek your consideration.
We've seen your first point. We'll
my lords.
take it.
Obliged.
Thank you. What's your name, ma'am?
Tanushri Bhalla. Obliged.
With Your Honor's permission, may I just make a submission? Your Honor, I will take less than 10 seconds. I'm appearing in IA number 140274 of 2024 in the lead matter. My Lord, I adopt the submissions which have been made by other contestants. I am also appearing for an applicant who has secured 658 and he is opposing the conduct of re-NEET. He opposes scrapping of the exam. The important thing why I'm addressing the Honorable Court is, my Lord, that there have been instances where unsuccessful candidates have approached high courts, sought orders against the NT, and the high courts have judicially determined that such prayers are being made on the basis of forged and fabricated documents. And in my IA, my Lord, I have appended the order passed by the Honorable Allahabad High Court on 18th of June. When a petitioner approached the High Court, he sought scrapping and all those reliefs, stay of counseling. The NTA appeared, produced original documents of the candidate. And it was eventually then the petitioner's counsel sought to withdraw the petition. And the High Court was kind enough not to penalize the student for filing fabricated documents. So, my Lord, the only submission is that this entire exercise, bona fide students are suffering. And some... Thank you.
Lord,
yes,
basic principle which has been laid down by this Honorable Court is, if there is a leak, Lord, in this case, leak is admitted. If after the leak...
Be excused for 10 minutes.
Yes.
Lord, after the leak has happened, and the leak was done by the gang head, Lord, who has not been arrested, Sanjeev Mukhia. What is there in public domain, the CBI has not brought it on record. This Sanjeev Mukhia, who is yet to be arrested, is involved at least in 5 major paper leak cases in UP, Haryana, Rajasthan. These are the news items. It is to be verified by them. He's not been arrested. The moment, Lord, it is established that leak has happened, dissemination is through WhatsApp mode. The handiwork of a gang operating in different states. Now, Government of India taking a firm stand that the leak is now, the beneficiaries of the leak are confined only in Hazaribagh and Patna. And this confidence emanates from only and only one fact, that the accused in custody so far have said that the leak is confined to Patna and Hazaribagh. Patna police, when records 161 statement of the accused, they talk of leak prior to the date of examination. This is also 161. Subsequent 161 statement recorded by CBI probably indicates that the leak is on that date of the examination. Now, when the CBI officer was talking to this Honorable Court, his expression, as I could gather, was that so far we have not been able to recover the mobile phones through which this dissemination happened. So we cannot say with confidence that this dissemination happened only in Patna and Hazaribagh and not beyond that. So unless, my lord, because after the leak has happened, the question paper is sold and there is sufficient time, even if the leak has happened on 5th, then, my lord, this honorable court ultimately, if sustains this examination, will have to record, in my view, a satisfaction on the basis of the material before this honorable court that we are able to segregate tainted from the untainted, and this satisfaction Lord, this Admittedly planning 2-3 months before by a gang. CBI officer specifically used very cautiously the word that so far we have not gone beyond Patna and Hazaribagh. CBI is not so novice that they will accept the statement of the accused arrested so far and close the investigation from the angle that whether it has gone beyond Patna and Hazaribagh. It is an evolving situation. The day we came first time before this honorable court for the writ petition, because mine was the first writ petition, we didn't know anything. Besides the fact that there were news items that there is a leak in Patna. Now, the main accused has not been arrested. Now, I would say the confidence with the learned Solicitor General to say that it is confined only and only to Hazaribagh and Patna is completely baseless. Investigation is going on. Can they file an affidavit that henceforth there would be no investigation to see whether it has gone beyond? If tomorrow, today the judgment come, tomorrow this Sanjeev Mukhia is arrested along with the mobile, which would show that he had sent it for 200 people in Sikar or different stations. I got to know that from Patna people have gone to Muxar, Punjab to give a paper. And if here they say 4 locations they have been able to find. Suppose there are 100 more locations involving only, say, 1,000 people involved into 20 centers. How many people would those figures, if all of them have got, all of them will not be topping, all of them will not get 720.
So would I just assist us on one aspect? If the court cancel the examination today on the hypothesis that investigation is not complete, the main conspirator is yet to be arrested.
That's right.
And there may be a possibility, we can't say likelihood,
Correct.
but a possibility that in some future point of time, maybe even a foreseeable future, the leak may not be only confined to these 2 places.
That's right.
But should the court, in a situation like this where 23 lakh students have appeared, and we are dealing with the welfare of students across the country, and that's the worrisome part. We look at it this way, both ways. Let's put it 1 second. Let's put it both ways. We can't, today you are right, absolutely, that we can't say that the leak, we can't enter a judicial finding that the leak is confined only to Hazaribagh and Patna.
Correct.
For the reason that the investigation is ongoing.
That's right.
Even CBI can't tell us that. Today, as of now, it is confined to Hazaribagh and Patna. CBI's investigation in the next 15 days or 10 days might reveal a different, an evolving picture.
10 more locations.
So, we also, on the one hand, can't say that the leak is confined only to Hazaribagh and Patna. Equally, we can't today say with any degree of even prima facie authenticity or substance that the leak has gone beyond Hazaribagh and Patna in such a widespread or a systemic manner as to completely affect the sanctity of the entirety of the exam. That also we cannot say. Therefore, I asked that's why we want your assistance. Can the court, or would the court be justified in a situation like the one present to say that not on the basis of material which we have today, but on the hypothesis that some material in the future may show that the leak had gone beyond Hazaribagh and Patna. Therefore, today we cancel the exam on the basis of a hypothesis.
May I answer, my lord?
May not happen in future.
May I answer?
No.
When I answer, when I speak,
Matthew,
when I wanted to speak, your lordship prevents me.
You please sit down.
No, I'm among the senior, among the lawyers here, I am the senior most.
Sorry, you're not an amicus. I have not appointed.
No, I am appearing for 16 students.
Right.
When I wanted to speak, the Honorable Chief Justice prevent me from speaking.
Mr. Matthew,
And I have an answer.
He is arguing. You will not interrupt him when he's
I am not interrupting, but I have an answer to say. I have an answer to give.
You don't answer my question. He is answering the question.
Okay, then, but another question. It's a general question.
He's on his
No, I'm not interested in
He is on
engagement
his
with the Honorable Chief Justice, but I wanted to say.
You please sit down. I'll have to have you removed from the court. You please sit down. I'm warning you. I'll have to have you removed from
No,
the
your
court.
lordship doesn't respect me.
One second.
I on my own will leave.
Mr. Matthews, I'm telling you one very simple thing. Mr. Huda is engaged in a.
Your lordship, I have tried every best not to allow me to speak and
no
put
right,
forward my
you have no
convention.
right to intervene.
I'm not intervening, I'm leaving.
Yes.
But one thing is said, I wanted to say, I was not allowed to speak.
Yes, Mr.
When I was speaking, your lordship was showing the other side.
Yes,
And I have only one word to say, only
Yes,
one word
Mr.
leaving,
Mr.
one word
Matthews,
to say.
please call the security people, have him removed from the court, please.
I only want to answer.
You will not say anything. You will not speak to the gallery. You will listen to me. I'm in charge of my courtroom.
Listening.
You just keep quiet now. Yes, Mr. Huda. Yes, Mr. Huda. Yes, Mr. Huda.
I'm leaving.
Yes, Mr. Huda.
Unfair.
Yes, Mr. Huda.
This is not a judicial.
Mr. Matthews, I will now be constrained to issue something which is very unpleasant. Please keep quiet. Sit down here. You want to leave? It's your choice.
I'm leaving. I'm leaving.
You don't have to. You do not have to intervene. You don't have to tell me that you are leaving. Yes.
No, because I sought permission. I sought permission to speak.
Matthews, you will not interrupt Mr. Huda. I will hear you, but I'll hear you after Mr. Huda is done. I am in charge of procedure in this court, and I've seen this court. I've seen the judiciary for the last 24 years. I will not allow any lawyer to dictate the procedure of the court. I will give you a full hearing, but after Mr.
All right.
Yes.
I have been
Huda.
judiciary since 1979. Since 79.
May I, my lord,
This is contemptuous.
What you are talking
my response is, my lord, straight away.
I am leaving.
Issue is no longer res integra.
Yes.
This has been answered in para 20 in Tanvi Sarwal's case.
Yes.
And the proposition is like this. The moment this honorable court finds that there is a paper leak and the fact has been established that it is a paper leak case. In that situation, unless and until the honorable court reaches a firm conclusion that we have been able to identify all the culprits and there is nobody left in the system who has from a back door is entering and becoming a doctor. Unless that satisfaction is recorded, this is my proposition for my lord's consideration. The examination cannot be sustained. And here, my lord, not only one fact.
In other words,
Lord, I'm just putting all things together, Lord, in a circle. Let me put all things together in a circle.
Your argument is that unless the court comes to the conclusion today,
Correct.
that all the tainted persons are identified as of date, you have to order a recheck.
Correct. That's my proposition for my lord's consideration.
On it for a moment.
Now, my lord, I put it in a sequence, especially in the effects of this case when the handiwork is of a gang operating interstate. No denying the fact. No denying the fact that the main mastermind is yet to be arrested. No denying the fact that the mobile phones used for dissemination of sold question paper have not been recovered. This, my lord, coupled with the fact which I have pointed out, but the reference, the learned Solicitor General, the analysis did, IIT NTA in their reply before this honorable court on affidavit says that CBI is investigating the matter. The conclusive opinion as to whether it was a systemic failure or not, that conclusion can be arrived at only after comprehensive analysis of everything. This is their reply of NTA in para 9 of their reply. So they are not sure themselves that whether it is a systemic failure or not. They will come to this conclusion after the CBI investigation.
Yes.
Now, my lord, in Tanvi Sarwal case, my lord, I just want to read 2-3 lines, my lord, for my lord's consideration, para 20. It says, even if one undeserving candidate, my lord, para 20, my lord, just allow me to read 2-3 lines, my lord, para 20. Even if one undeserving candidate, a beneficiary of such illegal machination, though undetected, is retained in the process, it would be a denial of the claim of more deserving candidates. At present, the examination stand denuded of sanctity. Now, my lord, as on today, I would say the whole world is watching. The paper has been leaked by a gang. Investigation is happening. Mobile phones are not recovered. Is there any sanctity left for this examination? Merely the figures are being thrown before this honorable court. Lord, only the figures are being thrown before this honorable court that if
Place figures before the court. We never throw figures.
Yes, Lord. 23 lakh people will be affected. This is way of submission, I believe. Lord, they say that 23 lakh people will be affected. No. Lord, it is not even the first 56,000 people who get the medical colleges. Rest all want a reach again chance, Lord. When, Lord, they are comparing the figures, they are talking of 1,08,000. And everything is being, Lord, their reference sometime to 23 lakh people, sometime to 12 lakh people, sometime to 1,08,000, sometime to 56,000. Sometime they categorize from 663 marks, sometime 550. They are clicking picture wherever they get the best photograph to justify on the data that if we take from this angle, this seems 0.5%, it may be justified. Lord, a leak case where it's not even 1% of the total people who wrote the examination are involved. Not even 1% will be 23,000 people. Even if there are 1,000 people who are beneficiary of this machination, there has to be a retest. So, my lord, we are finding a imbalance in a haystack where there are few needles here and they are inserted into the system. We will not find that imbalance. Now, my lord, I conclude here on a leak that saying that the integrity has actually gone. We can't reach a conclusion that everybody has been identified and rest all are pious people and they should not be bothered any further. Now, my lord, I come to their systemic failure. Lord, which I raised in my second petition. Lord, in my first petition, I came only for leak. Lord, this is Pardiwala rightly pointed out. We came only for a leak. But Lord, with the passage of time, and this honorable court granted us time. Now, Lord, what we have found is there is absolutely no system in place for conducting this kind of an examination. Taking example of Lord Bahadurgarh, where now after flip-flop from yesterday, what they said, they changed 3 statements in the court itself. Now the statement is, with regard to, there were 3 centers. This I'm saying not as an individual instance. This I'm demonstrating that there were no systems in place for conducting this examination. And for this reason also, this examination has to go. If Neet is a patient, it suffers from a multiple organ failure and the patient has to go. Now, talking of Bahadurgarh, they say there are 3 centers in Bahadurgarh. there is only one city coordinator who is authorized to collect paper. Now, for the 2 centers, they say the SBI paper was collected, given to those 2 centers. There was some delay in distribution. So at what level they took a decision to grant extra time then and there? Who took that decision? That there was not all this, like superintendent in Hazaribagh colluded with these accused. All these superintendents and invigilators and the city coordinators are private people. They are charging 2,000, 2,500 from the NTA and performing their job. Now, they are the people on the spot. Are they taking the decision to extend time that in these 2 centers?
That you argued with.
Yes, Lord, I'm just rapidly concluding, Lord. These 2 centers, they extended time. Only SBI paper was given. Hardyal school, the curious case. Now, in their note, what they say is that for Hardyal school, the paper distributed amongst the student was both SBI and Canara Bank, both papers were given to the students. This is what the 2-page note they have given today. They say at Hardyal school, Jajjar, initially both set of questions paper were distributed. What is this system? I fail to understand. After some time, SBI question paper was withdrawn. Now, who gave these instructions that SBI paper is to be withdrawn? If SBI paper was the actual paper, if at all, Canara Bank was wrongly distributed, Canara Bank should have been retained. But they say both were given, meaning thereby there is absolutely no sanctity. SBI is withdrawn, Canara is allowed to do. We have a video on record on which they have not commented the principal of this school, and we have the video, the transcript is on record. But let me say what she says. She says there is not a minute delay. Canara Bank paper was distributed. After 47 minutes or 50 minutes, we got to know that it should have been SBI. We contacted the agency, NTA, and they said, now its time has gone, now let them attempt Canara Bank. And we allowed them to attempt Canara Bank. This, the principal of the school is on record, and we can run the video just now. Now, in order to overcome of this, because they, after allowing the Hardyal school people to attempt Canara Bank paper all the time, they also gave them the grace marks. And they are not able to justify, because yesterday when this question was put to them,
marks now are over because
that's right. What I say, that's a different issue. What I say is there is absolutely no place in system. Somebody attempted Canara Bank paper, the entire 3 hours and 20 minutes, NTA grants them grace marks. Then they unilaterally withdraw the grace marks, and before this honorable court, they say, we committed a mistake, we committed a blunder, now we are withdrawing it, we are having a retest. This honorable court, the other coordinate bench, only says that, all right, you are withdrawing grace marks, you are having a re-examination. Fine, go ahead with it. But there is no adjudication that how they picked up 1,563 people, first to give grace marks and then to withdraw and a re-examination. There is another important fact, my lord, which they have not brought to my lord's notice. Out of this 1,563, 773 people were those people who could not make it even 164 marks. They were failed. After compensatory marks, they could not get even 164. They were allowed the re-examination. All students have to be put at par. And ultimately, Hardyal school participated in re-examination. Now, with regard to 3,307, they say the Canara paper was given. I want to demonstrate that for their percentage, there are no 2 question papers which are at par with each other. Cannot be, in my humble submission. And this Canara paper, of course, they knew that is not to be used, but wrongly used. Now, curiously, in this 2-page note, they say, out of 3,307 candidates, 7 candidates have secured more than 622 marks, which corresponds to the top 56 rank, success rate 0.05. How they have picked up entire data placed before this honorable court today by the learned Solicitor General is with reference to 164 marks. For this 3,300, the reference point is 622 marks. And 622 marks out of 56,000 candidates. Probably this is the best picture they could paint here. Now, there is how these 60, what is the average of SBI paper, people securing 164 marks? And what is the average of people who attempted Canara Bank? How many on the touchstone of 164 marks? They have not given this data. So there is no parallel. Can't be. So this vitiates the integrity. Now, going, I'm just rapidly wrapping up. Going back to Rajasthan, Savai Madhopur and Ghaziabad. These students, they say late loss of time. The same day, the answer, the OMR sheets and question paper were there with these students for 6 hours, first 3 hours, 20 minutes, and later on the full time. How they can be said to be at par with the other candidates who had to attempt the same question paper? It was the SBI question paper was given to them in the morning session at both places. Ghaziabad, they refused to respond. Even Savai Madhopur, what is the justification for the same day and who took that decision? Now, they say that, all right, all these people, these invigilators and city coordinators are all private people, but we control them through CCTV camera. They are on affidavit before this honorable court saying that we got to know at 4:30 from social media that there was a loss of time in Savai Madhopur because a wrong medium question paper was given. Where is the CCTV camera? Why couldn't they come to know that there is a wrong question paper given to the people for 2.5 hours? And their reliance is on a social media for this. The same thing happened in Ghaziabad. So what is their system in place? Another thing, I found and pointed it out, which they have not responded back. Now, after how we have seen that certain centers are performing extremely well, especially now the comparison the Solicitor General was drawing between quota and seeker. Quota and seeker, the same amount of the total candidates were the same 27,000 at both places. But may kindly see the difference in the result between quota and seeker. It's more than 50% in every respect, on all angles. So the seeker has an advantage. Now, how it is happening, and maybe it is happening consistently. This time they are caught. The argument was that if we see the data with reference to the previous year, 2022-23, this time is no bump. I say this is happening consistently, even maybe previous years, because after 520, what is the mechanism? They have prescribed in the SOP that how soon the OMR sheet will be sealed. The question paper, the students can take out. These are the schools with no boundary wall, we have seen out of 49, only one is Kendriya Vidyalaya. There is no government school. There is no government teacher. There is no police involved there. And now after 520, the OMR sheet and the question paper is there with the invigilator and the center superintendent. Can't they have a teacher, biology teacher, physics teacher there in the center and say, now we will deposit it in the city center somewhere and we can deposit it by 8:30, and in the meantime, all right, if not more, let them attempt 10 more questions. And look, all of them are not for MBBS, because the merit goes, the people who get admission, the merit goes even up to more than 10 lakh in the BAMS and dental colleges, etc. BDS. Last time, I'm told it went up to about 12 lakh. So we are looking for the spots where the people are getting 100% or 700 or 650. No, this is also a breach. If somebody is able to attempt 10 or 20 more questions. So the system, I would say there is no system in place. And it is too easy to manipulate. And with this kind of a system which the NTA has adopted, their own roll, their employees are about 22, about 33 are on deputation. And rest is all they keep on issuing checks from here. Some videographer in Seeker is hired, check is given, and now how good the job is performed, there is nothing to monitor. No, my lord, an examination with this kind of a checks and balances, I would say it's completely farce and can't be upheld. And my lord, just one thing to add. Now, it is a coincidence, my lord, I read to this honorable court the news item which showed the e-rickshaw. Straight away, the news item was CBI, my lord, CBI is here, they will confirm that this e-rickshaw carrying the question paper, my lord, because question paper, this is a test booklet which contains.
Report number 3 gives that photo, clarifying that it's not a question paper, it is the OMR sheet.
My lord, if I can clarify, just
there are 129, the same photograph saying that this.
Just hold on, I'm just wrapping up in 2 minutes.
Yeah, no,
Lord, what the submission is now, you see, I didn't
in my status report.
My submission is, Lord, there is a report, and let the CBI respond to it with no filters in between. OMR sheet and question paper is in the same envelope, my lord, has it. It is never ever separate. And the report specific is that instead of this courier, private courier company, instead of taking the question paper on 3rd of May directly to the SBI and Canara Bank, it took it to straight away to this Oasis school where the breach take place on 3rd of May. Now, what is the investigation on that angle? Lord, if I can invite your kind attention to the news item, this is Times of India. Lord, page 12 of my first supplementary note. I have placed the Times of India report. If I can just read a few lines from here. The sources told TOI that CBI attention turned to Oasis School located in Mandai Road, Kali Chowk, and its staff, the agency began gathering digital evidence and discovered that e-rickshaw had gone directly to Oasis School on May 3rd instead of proceeding to the SBI main branch where it was supposed to be stored. This is a report quoted by Times of India from the source of CBI. Now, what they say, except saying that it is because the report is somewhere below the e-rickshaw, Indian Express says it is OMR. OMR, my lord, will not go into trunks. Let me explain this. After, as per their case, after examination at 5:20, the OMRs are to be collected. They have prescribed a specific cloth under which those are to be sealed, and those are to be given to the city center. There is one center in the city where all this is to be deposited. Hazaribagh, what was the center at Hazaribagh where these OMR sheets were to be finally deposited? And how come this, again, it is being, e-rickshaw is taking these OMR sheets? In a center, if there are, I do not know how many students are there in this Oasis school, but even if there are 200, 300 people, these are 300 pages. Those 300 pages will not go into the trunks and e-rickshaw. There is something which do not meet the eyes of this honorable court. Everything is not placed before this court. So, they have not come clean with regard to Ghaziabad. They have, yesterday, saw it with regard to Bahadurgarh. They first said Hardyal school, they attempted full-time Canara Bank paper. They said that for the other centers, we gave the grace marks. Then today they say, no, the other centers, we didn't give the grace marks because there was a loss of time. We gave them the extra time. Now, my lord, who decided there was a loss of time in, maybe in Ghaziabad, loss of time in Rajasthan, Savai Madhopur, there they did not give extra time to attempt the same question paper. They asked the student to rewrite between 6 to 9. And in Bahadurgarh, some superintendent, all these private people, they took a decision that, all right, we extend it for 1 hour or half an hour. Lord, may kindly send for the files as to who was competent to take this decision, who actually took those decisions. Are the principals of the school taking these decisions? How they picked up and chose 1,563 people? Who took those decisions? What are the file notings? What are the communications? Their only object as of now seems to be that anyhow we persuade this honorable court to sustain the examination, come whatever may. The entire confidence that the leak is limited is born from the fact that accused are saying that it is not beyond Patna. Why would the accused will confess that we have 100 other post-dated checks which are lying somewhere else and we had supplied question paper somewhere else also? At least CBI did not sound that confident that there is nothing beyond Patna. The expression used was so far. So, my lord, I would at the end conclude by saying this: there is absolutely no sanctity left. There is no SOP, there is no system fix that how soon the OMR sheet is to be sealed. My lord, I'm sorry to repeat it. And there is no system. Lord, may kindly notice this. There is no time frame given for sealing of OMR sheet in their SOP, which I have placed on record. They did not think it appropriate to find that if somebody living in Gujarat is applying for Maharashtra and giving address of Maharashtra, why wouldn't they ask the candidate to submit a proof? Lord, we go for a ration card, they ask for a proof. For an Aadhaar card, Lord, Aadhaar card is almost everyone. Lord, I'm sure all these 22 lakh candidates had the Aadhaar card with them. Why they're permitting this kind of malaise in the system? So grateful. Much obliged.
One,
Please,
please.
Just 2 minutes aside, Buddha's substantially.
Yes.
Just one
So,
bullet points.
Your Lordship's question, that today, given the situation that the investigation is incomplete, the investigators have told your Lordships that it is possible that about 155 students alone were involved, only 155. It is not fair to upset nearly 24 lakh students. That is the question that your Lordships had. Would it be in those circumstances fair to upset the entire exam? Firstly, my lords, what your Lordships should examine is what has come out in this hearing so far. Has it reassured your Lordships that a fair exam was indeed held? That when there was unfairness which was reported, was it fairly investigated? And what the investigating agency has told your Lordship, that it took place at a very brief point of time on the day of the exam, and therefore the contamination was very limited. Is that something which your Lordship would place reliance on? I'm going by exactly what the CBI said. The CBI says that there is an organized mafia in these matters. They work on a business proposition. 3 months prior itself, they have sent out their agents saying, if you are willing to pay, we will get you the paper. And we will see to it that you get a rank of your choice. Now, what the CBI has told you is that the leak has occurred between 8:02 and 9:26 on the morning of the 5th. When one Mr. Pankaj Kumar goes into that room in Hazaribagh, extracts the paper, takes photographs, reseals it in that envelope, closes the trunk, comes out, and only thereafter physically goes to another place in Hazaribagh, gives it to the solvers, or from outside after, so that takes it to around, from 9:26, it takes it to 9:30. Your lordships will mark the timeline from 9:30 to 12:30. That is the timeline that the CBI has told your lordships. At 9:30, if the papers, photographs are either taken physically or WhatsApped, then the solvers are split, and let's give them another half an hour to answer 30 questions, 20 questions each that they get. That takes it to 10. Between 10 and 12, because 12:30 they're dropped off back. Students are supposed to have read the papers and wrote, memorized it, and then gone. Now, my lords, for that uncertain chance of 2 hours, which parent will pay 30 lakhs to 75 lakhs in advance? Please take just that. That is why it is implausible. Please, my lords. Now, my lords, I do not have the benefit of any of the reports, but I am going by the by the first FIR which the Patna police registered. And I submit to your lordships that where it is clear that on the night of the 4th, the students had solved papers and were asked to memorize. And despite all that, they still failed. So obviously, when preparations are made for people to pass exams or to get a good rank, they need adequate time. This kind of timeline does not work. This brief 2-hour intervention, my lords, is not plausible. And in fact, the Oasis school from where it was, where this leak happened, there is a video of the principal saying that when the earlier EOU asked, showed him how this had happened, their conclusion seemed to be that the leakage happened before the papers went into the bank. There is a video of the man when he was not under arrest. The leakage has probably happened on the 3rd. It happens in Hazaribagh. It is caught in Patna. And it is at the behest of Sanjeev Mukhia, who has not only a history of conducting leaks, he is now a big investor in leaks. Okay? My lords,
That now Mr. Wood
yes,
has argued.
that he's argued.
Anything else that you have to add?
Please, my lords. The question is, what is the precedent that 3 of your lordships will hold? Most of the judgments that your lordships have delivered are 2-judge judgments. And if your lordships were to be called upon to say that, look, this much of a leak or of a localized leak is not something which we will interfere in, and which we will possibly say, for want of a better term, wink at, then as a lawyer, I might tell your lordships that for the next 20, 30 years, we will be forever striving to say, no, this is not a leak of that kind, this is a leak of this kind, and it is such a small one. So there, my lords, just before I end, my lords, this precedent point came up much earlier, where the argument was made as the solicitors made. And I beseech you, rest once the law to your authority to do a great right, do a little wrong. And Portia's answer was, it must not be. There's no power in Venice can alter a decree established. It will be recorded for a precedent. And many an error by the same example will rush into the state. It must not be.
Yes, thank you, Mr.
I'm
Yes,
grateful.
my lord. I wanted to answer one question of Justice Padivada and Justice Lordship's question. And when the questions are raised, any member of the bar who was actively participating in the discussion can certainly answer it. And I did not do anything wrong. And I'm sorry, I was unfairly treated. That's a different story. Now, that's a different story. Let me come into the case.
Make your submission.
No, coming to the state. Yeah, my lord. Now, I'm amazed by the kind of discussions which has been going on here. We have been conducting a criminal trial. We are going to the niceties. We have called the CBI. But solicit, what kind of discussions which have been going on? The issue is, you ask a common man, a man in the street, there is an examination leak. I came, my petition, I said only one thing. There has been a leak. A leak has been happened, then there is no alternative. There is no alternative than a retest. It certainly leaves inconvenience. Certainly. And only thing that can be thought of is how to reduce inconvenience. And I made a suggestion, which my friend also adopted, that this test be conducted as a NEET preliminary examination. 13 lakh students are qualified, and they be taken for the final examination. And this is an administrative issue. Today, because of PAS, etc., we treat many things which are in the realm of falling in the exclusive realm of governance into the court. And my lord, therefore, this is something the government did a great injustice to the court. The government it was their problem. It was a issue of governance, and the government very conveniently did not raise the maintainability of these petitions. Allowed questions, the detailed arguments to be made for days and days, and they're literally shunning away from their responsibility. There is a government. This is an issue concerning lakhs of people. It is a call of the minister. It is a call of the government, and the government has failed to. I'm not anti-BJP man. In fact, I supported BJP. I advocated for voting for BJP. I should have. But what happened today? This is something utterly, I'm not using a very strong expression, unacceptable. The government of the day is accountable to the people. When your lordship, I always say, when your lordship takes a decision, my lord, that only binds the parties before you. When a parliament takes a decision, we are all present in the parliament, and we are symbolically present in the parliament. It binds all of us. In the last couple of years, the governance, what the parliament ought to do, what the government ought to do, the courts are forced to do. Courts are forced to do. Therefore, my lord, the question today is, what is the given situation, what is to be done? Admittedly, there is a leak, and this leaves no option than to cancel the examination, as rightly Justice Vikramnath has said, 0.00% doubt, examination has to be cancelled, and that is the only option. This is a matter which should have been concluded in 20 minutes, and good that we spent a good lot of time. I have no quarrel about it, and therefore, my advice to the court is that court should not enter into the domain of the executive. Let the government do its job. Let the government answer to the people. The parliament is going on. Session is going on. The various NEET issue is before the parliament. And here is a Solicitor General. He doesn't even oppose. I'm for the petitioner. I'm strongly advocating the cancellation of this examination. Still, I said, as a matter of principle, a lawyer has to speak about the fundamental constitutional principle. A fundamental constitutional principle is that these are our administrative issues, and if, assuming that the government, at least the matter should have been relegated to the government should have directed to take a decision. And the government, supposing that the government has taken a decision after hearing both of us, parties affected, not only those who are asking for cancellation of the examination, but also those who are asking for non-cancellation of the examination, because they are the one who stand to benefit by the results. Both parties, to the extent possible, unlike a court, the government is under no obligation to hear everybody, because the government represents the people, and therefore no obligation to hear everybody. But court, when a court decides a matter, it is under a duty to, my lords, listen to everybody. Otherwise, my lord, that resinter alios acta, altori, nosori, non-debet. Court has no jurisdiction to bind anybody who is not before it. So having this fundamental principle being stated, and whenever every PAL comes before this court should certainly adjust to itself. The people affected are not here, and we don't represent the people of this country. And these issues concerning the public at large cannot be decided behind the back of them. These proceedings are not representative proceedings. These are proceedings, in my case, 16 students were affected by it. Therefore, my lord, when this case came, the only option is to throw the ball back to the government's court, and the government to take a call on the question of cancellation. And the government would have done it in moments' time. It wouldn't have been able to justify this examination, not even one moment. The government would have come with the conclusion, the decision to cancel it forthwith. And the government conveniently, very conveniently, saying that is a non-adjudicatory, the Solicitor General says, non-adjudicatory litigation. What is that? Non-adjudicatory. There is nothing like non-adjudicatory. Court's job is to decide disputes. Court's duty is to decide disputed questions of fact. and apply the law. If the issues are non-adjudicatory, there is nothing. It is administrative. And my lord, I conclude by saying one word. My lord, I forgive your lordship for all the insult to me and my lord, humiliation. I forgive your lordship, Lord, forgive them for they don't know what they are doing. I have nothing in my mind. I have the greatest of regard for your lordships and lordship Padiwala also. I have the greatest of regard, though I was insulted. I don't keep anything in my mind. But my lord, this NEET examination has to be cancelled forthwith. It cannot be delayed 1 minute because precious time of the students are lost, and a fresh examination has to be conducted forthwith. And it is for the government to decide whether it has to be for the 13 lakh students who was selected, or it has to be for a lesser number. And these are areas where the court should step in, because what is governing the matters of administration, but those in governance alone come to know about it. Somebody said it's certainly NEET is a very loosely conducted, all outsourced. But that is true. But in a governance, outsourcing is necessary, without which no government can function. Everything, the NEET department cannot do it. So most of the things which my friend Hoda and Sanjay Khadge argued, with respect, I disagree with that. And only my submission is, this is an issue which will be thrown to the government's court. Let them decide. Let them decide. Let the parliament is gone. Let them answer to the parliament. And let them not shirk their responsibility and throw all public issues to the court's domain. Because I say so, because average time, which an ordinary litigant who comes for grievances, is 93 seconds. When I come to your lordships for a SLP, it is dismissed in 93 seconds. And I had a recent incident where my SLP was dismissed even 60 seconds. So therefore, we have to revisit it. The PA business has to be discouraged. And only petitions, here, at least affected parties are there. My petition is not PAL. My petition is somebody who is seeking declaration of their fundamental rights. And my lord, I conclude, the research has to be cancelled, examination has to be contested. Greatly obliged.
Please, just 2 minutes.
Your lordships.
Lords, your lordships asked a question to senior lords, that in this situation, what your lordships should be doing in case whether the investigation is yet not complete. Because this has been answered in that judgment which I referred yesterday. I just want to repeat a paragraph so that will assist your lordships. Before that, that Tanvi Sarwal was not cited before your lordships in the Sachin Kumar's judgment. I tried to check it. That's also a 2-judge bench judgment. This is also 2-judge bench judgment. So this was not cited before lordships. That's what I could.
No, but the subsequent judgment which I decided was a case where the government had decided to cancel the entire exam.
So here,
so there was no question of the court being required to cancel the exam. So the legality of the decision of the government to cancel the entire exam wasn't called into question.
Please,
that was
here, like we are not able to segregate the tainted from the the good people. Just lordships, you may see paragraph 18. If lordship wants, I can. Para 18 minutes, 2015 6 SCC 573. The same situation before your lordships, as in today, third line, though as on date 44 such candidates have been identified, having regard to the modus operandi put in place, the number of cell phones and other devices used, it is not unlikely that the many more candidates have availed such undue advantage. So, many more.
Para 15 is relevant. Para 15. 1-5.
Let's read para 15 and then.
Yes. The investigating agency in its report has stated in clear terms that from the disclosure recorded, it is beyond doubt that the strategy of providing answer key has been executed by an organized gang with a network spreading over different parts of the country. The Inspector General of Police, who was present in this with his team, having been granted the leave, submitted that the investigation is full swing and in progress, etc., etc. It was their case that it's pan-India.
So, here today the situation is they themselves are saying, that we are yet to investigate further. Now that is also looked into in paragraph 18 if your lordship sees.
Right, let's see.
Yes, though as on date 44 such candidates have been identified. Having
so then last line he says, frankly, admitted that in process it might not be possible to identify. But it's an all India issue.
Para 18 now.
Yes, para 18, third line, though as on date 44 such candidates have been identified, having regard to the modus operandi put in place, the number of cell phones and other devices used, it is not unlikely that many more candidates have availed such undue advantage being a part of the overall design and in the process have been unduly benefited qua the other students who had made sincere and genuine endeavors to solve the answer papers on the basis of their devoted preparation and hard labor. In view of the widespread network that has operated, as my lord, in this case it appears so, as the status report disclosed and the admission of person arrested, including some beneficiary candidates, we are of the opinion that in view of the strong possibility of the identification of other candidates as well involved in such malpractices, that examination has become a suspect. As it is, the system of examination pursued over the decades has been accepted by all who are rational, responsible, and sensible to be an accredited one for comparative evaluation of the merit and worth of candidates vying for high academic pursuits. It is thus necessary for all the role players in the process to secure and sustain the confidence of the public in general and students fraternity in particular in the system by its unquestionable trustworthiness. Such a system is endorsed because of the credibility informed with guarantee of fairness, transparency, authenticity, and sanctity. There cannot be any compromise with this imperative at any cost.
Also, he read.
So, even at the cost of 44 students and a possibility of more people being found, so your lordships did set aside, the learned solicitor general said 2 lakhs. My information is there were 6 lakh students. This is the same API, All India pre-medical test, the same which was to happen before Neet started. And it is to be conducted by CBSE in that. Yes, my lords. Para 19, segregation only of already 44 identified candidates stated to be the beneficiaries of the unprincipled maneuver by withholding their results for the time being, in our comprehension, cannot be the solution to the problem that confronts all of us. Not only thereby, if the process is allowed to advance, it would be pushed to the vortex of a litigation pertaining thereto in the foreseeable future. The prospects of candidates would not only remain uncertain and tentative, they would also remain plagued with the prolonged anguish and anxiety if involved in the ordeal of court cases. Acting on this option would, in our estimate, amount to driving knowingly the students who are not at fault to an uncertain future with their academic career in jeopardy on many counts. Further, there would also be lurking possibility of unidentified beneficiaries of the candidates stealing a march over them on the basis of the advantages availed by them through the underhand dealings as revealed. Having regard to the fact that the course involved with time would yield the future generations of the doctors of the country who would be in charge of the public health, their inherent merit to quality for taking the course can by no means be compromised. So, even if 10 to 20,000 students come up in the front and I am pushed outside the 1,08,000 milots, ultimately my chances.
Anybody else?
Only one more
Your
thing.
Lordship,
One more thing. Your lordships yesterday had indicated the issue which I said was the OMR sheet issue. Your lordship said it's a personal issue, an individual client. The OMR issue, sorry. Because the OMR issue, in fact, it appears to be a part of the systematic failure because it's not only my client, because she has not given she has not been given the OMR sheet. When the OMR sheet, when she got initially, she calculated it came to 650, around 650. But when the result came, it is 103. They have been emailing to the NTA, give the OMR sheet. They have not given till now, my lords. So, my lords, and others also.
Lordship, my one submission is a very important thing to say. Lordships, then my solicitors and CBI entire focused only here the Hazaribagh and Patna. Lordship, it is the not focused here the 5 layers scams. Point number 1. Lordships, there is the before of the examinations. Point number 1. It means there is 9 February, 16 months before. Second is lordships, when notifications came, it means there is the forms, filling forms. It means 9 February to 16 March. In which regions a lot of candidates appeared in the different centers. Next is third layer is the lordships. The examination dated, it means the conducting jobs is 5 May. The 5 May in which regions a lot of candidates, some are the belong from the Odisha to appear in the some other places. In which regions lordships, it is the SBI and Canara banks and other types of the issues. It is the not given in the submit is the reports. Third is the lordship, the after examinations. There are a lot of issues in which regions the 720 marks, which is got by this out of the 720s, 718, 719, 600 and above. And lordships and others issue the 4 and 6 layers. The lordship, my humble submissions, please lordships, on the behalf of the petitioners, Lordship, please reconduct the examination.
My lord,
Lords,
my
may I-
lord, in item submissions for the applicants in IA number 137554 of 2004. Lords, we stand for some of the candidates who have secured high marks. But one submission I would like to make, so far as a leak or theft elsewhere than the 2 or 3 identified places are concerned, I would submit that a decision may not be based on suspicion or conjunctures, because these are all matters to be proved beyond reasonable doubt. I would like to suggest one decision, my lords, AR 1994 Supreme Court 626. AR 1994 Supreme Court 626, where at paragraph 44, the lordships referred to the Privy Council decision. Of course, it concerned fraud alleged in a civil proceeding. Now, it is held at paragraph 44, my lords. Mary, in so and so, AR 1941, Privy Council 93.
What is the name of the case?
Lords, it is, Svenska Handelsbanken appellant versus Indian Charge Crop and others.
Not bank guarantee.
Not bank guarantee. So that's right.
Fraud or bank guarantee.
I only submitted that it concerns allegation of fraud in a civil proceeding.
Fraud, and that was the reason. You got your point. Thank you.
Proof.
Your Lordships.
One more submission, Lord. One more submission, Lord. So far as the question, the particular question is concerned, eligibility for Neet test is the board examination. The board examination prescribed the NCRT books. And many of the students who are following the NCRT books, which provided both the answers. Therefore, both the answers given by the students are based on the NCRT books, which is the basis for the basic examination for the Neet test. Therefore, they may not be, that question may not be deleted, and therefore the students who gave the correct answer may be given the marks that are due to them. That's all my submission.
Lordships, I am
Lordships,
appearing for
in
successful petitioners in IA number 140031.
You don't want a re-examination.
I don't want, Lordships, my humble
Most
submission.
people have argued that now. How many
Lordships,
people will just because you're for an intervener?
I understand, Lordships. One specific point, my lords. In Tanvi Salwar case, the Lordships interfered and cancelled the examination within 45 days. Whereas when it comes to we people, after the result was declared, there was a Rawlsian ignorance, wheel of ignorance, my lords, when it came to the candidates who were involved in Tanvi Salwar case. Whereas in our case, my lords, after we being declared successful, on the basis of a conclusive police report, Lordships interfered in Tanvi Salwar case. Whereas in this case, my lords, police report, CBI report is not as conclusive as what happened in that case, my lords. So we being successful, brought into the rigor of re-examination again, might be, my lords, it may be difficult for us. So on behalf of the successful candidates, I plead.
Your Lordships, I am appearing in item 21.34. If your Lordships allow for re-Neet, we are covered. But if your Lordships do not allow for re-Neet, your Lordships, our relief is restricted to seeking parity with 1563 students. Your Lordships, we are the tribal students from Meghalaya who appeared from 2 centers, Riboi and Jowai. So, your Lordships, admittedly, there has been loss of time as apparent from the representations made by the center coordinators and also admitted by the NTA.
He's getting it.
Lordships, that has been also admitted by NTA in their response dated 17th of July.
Time for that. That's your individual grievance in regard to the Meghalaya student.
Please, your Lordships, and please, your Lordship.
Your Lordship, in case there is no re-Neet, I would pray that if the answer, option number 4 is considered to be only correct answer, I would expect only if the...
My lord, I'm in item number 24. It is on a completely different tangent. Since 2020, before the Delhi High Court, we have been agitating that the NTA officials are involved in the swapping of my OMR sheets. My lord, in the digital...
Let me deal with your case.
My lords, I am also here with the same grievance. When the NTA answer sheet was released, I had scored almost 509 marks. I had attempted 131 questions. And when the final result came out, I scored -6, which was very shocking for me.
Interestingly, the Delhi High Court had confiscated the OMR.
All good things.
Also, my lord,
At the blood, since this is the end of the hearing.
Mr. Solicitor, now, have you constituted a committee or something like that?
We have.
Now, what?
Yes.
Give us some idea about that.
We have. I'm sorry, my lord. I should have pointed that out, my lord. There is a 7-member committee, my lord. It's subject to your lordship's approval. it is. Yeah, yes. But it is R21 of the counter affidavit, page number.
R21 of the counter affidavit.
Yes, sir. It is headed by Dr. K. Radhakrishnan, former chairman ISRO and chairman Board of Governance, IIT Kanpur. And Dr. Randeep Guleria, former director AIMS Delhi. Professor B.J. Rao, Vice Chancellor, Central University of Hyderabad. Professor Ramamurthy K., Professor Emeritus, Department of Civil Engineering, IIT Madras. Shri Pankaj Bansal, co-founder, People Strong and board member of Karma Yogi Bharat. Professor Aditya Mittal, Dean, Student Affairs, IIT Delhi. Shri Govind Jaiswal, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Education, as a member secretary. Lord, it is placed at R21 with my counter, my lord, counter dated.
July.
4th July.
Done after 5 minutes.
Please. Lord, on the, since at the end of the day, on a lighter note, sometimes your lordships must be missing the virtual hearings where there is a facility of muting us.
We'll be back in 5 minutes. Dr. Sikri has something, Mr. Paul? So after we come back after 5 minutes, all right. Then just come back after 5 minutes. Just take a break.